Hello and welcome back to another day here on CCT South America. My name is Freddy Runner and I am joined by B-Doc. How you doing today, sir?
Yeah, having
You're
a
doing great,
time.
aren't you?
Yeah. For those of you that don't know, I mean you won't know really, but
Be
I've got food
surprised.
poisoning. Woohoo! But it's fine. We're here. We're ready to go. 60 South America. It is always a fun one, especially in the Swiss stages. We've got lots of games for you coming up. We can take a look at that schedule and show you what we're working with. Here are your matches high. Here are the matches low. And we got to get through all of them, really, don't we?
We're in the low matches. And Brandon, you're just that dedicated that, nothing can stop you coming on CCT. Food poisoning, no matter what, you're here. You live and breathe CCT South, specifically South America, especially.
Yeah, you got to be honest.
You have to.
We'll be with you for the next 3 days, I think it is.
Yes.
So I'm excited, to be honest. We got some interesting games to bring you. Me and Mr. Fred are on the first 2 games of the day, every day for the next couple of days, which means we get to watch Shinden versus Atrix up first, which is a fun one, and then we got players taking on Yara. And this one, I am a little bit concerned for Atrix, but what I am glad to see is that they are still being invited to tournaments like this. I think it's a really good step in the right direction for women's teams to get as much experience as possible. Shinden played last season against MIBR, the women's team, when they'd literally just formed, and it was a little bit touch and go for MIBR, as you would expect. Shinden were playing really aggressive, and that is a common counter, I think, to women's CS in general. If you can't deal with aggressive hits, one after the other, it can be a little bit of a tricky time.
Yeah, and when we go, let's go pull up the Atrix roster, because I think, as you mentioned, that MIBR female result, I feel like that's somewhat of a good litmus test to what this series might provide. So, obviously, that was a new MIBR female roster, as both MIBR and Fluxo combined, and I think that was actually their debut, if I'm not mistaken.
It was.
So, a very difficult debut, but I think it's quite a decent litmus test to be like, okay, so we're pulling it back into ESL Impact. Atrix have kind of been the best of the rest in South America for basically the past 2 seasons. And if you're theoretically looking at then MIBR as, let's say, the second best team, probably behind Furia, if Shinden did quite well against MIBR, then this might be quite difficult for Atrix. But this doesn't mean that Atrix are just going to roll over. This team, even though they may not have the biggest organization, it's not an MIBR, it's not a Fury, it's not a Fluxo, it still is a team of extraordinarily experienced players who have all played at the top of not only the South American women's scene, but also internationally. I think every single player but Sophia has played at an ESL Impact LAN or has played on a Furia, on an MIBR. They've all played on the top teams, and especially Little Z, Sophia, and so Little Z and Sophia are kind of like the 2 that I would probably look at. If what are the win capacities for Atrix? I'd say they would be.
Yeah, I put it on Bokor. I think more than most. I think
Okay.
Bokor is the best player in this team. I think she's got the most amount of experience.
For sure.
I really enjoy watching Bokor when we play. I think Reggiane, who used to play for MIBR a little bit, it's one of those where you just want a little bit out of her. And even though you're not looking really at Sophia to be the player with the most experience, I think she's actually the player with the most potential. Still incredibly young, has got a lot of time to develop. I think is on a good roster to do so here with Atrix. So I'm excited. And for Atrix, just in this Swiss stage, it's more about getting all of these official reps. It's about making sure that you feel a little bit more comfortable sort of with the team and getting these officials under your belt. When I watched Shinden versus MIBR, Roy was a beast. Roy was playing really well. Ives was quite clinical as well. I don't really know too much about Shinden. To be honest, that was the only time I watched Shinden after that. Is now this game. So all I know is Ives, Roy, Nacho were quite good. And you got to be careful, because if one of those guys just pops up and just drops like 20 kills plus, it can be a bit tricky.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird team. I'll kind of agree with you. I don't really know massive amounts of them. They're an Argentinian squad, and by large, they're kind of like a middle of the pack Argentinian squad. They'll get some decent wins against maybe some other middle of the pack teams, but they're not they're not a team that is striving for playoffs. I think if they get playoffs, that's really impressive. But I feel like they're at best a 2-3 team. So I think that's kind of where I play Shinden right now. And they have had a lot of difficulties in the previous CCTs this year. You know, going 2-3, not making it far in other tournaments, but they have had some definitely redeeming features, especially Abiz and Ivers, kind of adding on to the Roy you were mentioning. I think they're a team that we should probably expect a lot of ferocity coming up against Atrix, right?
Yeah, I think the veto is going to really reflect that as well. I think the one that surprises me the most from Atrix, just in general, not just in this veto, is the fact that they banned Anubis, because Anubis is quite a powerful map just in the South American scene, just in the wide meta of CS generally, and Bokor is really good on that map, but instead they go for Ancient. Shinden are then going to pick into Dust 2, which is very, I think, aim based, and to be honest, that's actually fine, I think, for Atrix. I think you've got pretty solid, like, 2 maps here, and then Mirage as the decider. It's one of those where I look at it and I think, I really hope that it gets off to a good start here for Atrix, but obviously, just considering past results for Shinden against other women's teams, it's going to be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, I think the veto does play into their hands quite nicely with the fact that Shinden's insta-ban is Train. That seems to be like Atrix's second ban, or insta-ban if the other team bans Anubis. So I think, you know, straight away it's like, okay, this is not awful. And you've got their 2 best maps, Ancient and Mirage. Ancient they picked against Crew, didn't go very well. So it's the second time they're playing it in the CCT circuits. Second time they've picked into it. Mirage was that they were picking into in the previous South American series. So you look at Ancient Mirage and you're like, okay, there's at least maps that they have experience on. But I think, yeah, I just in general agree with the kind of sentiment of like, look, you look at the past results of Shinden against MIBR female, use that as a litmus test, as MIBR female and Atrix are very on similar levels. And sure, it was a different... It was a new generation of MIBR female, new roster, so first official, never going to be the easiest, but I think this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Atrix. However, I'm very looking forward to be happily impressed, because I get to cover a lot of the South America in CCT, right? No, in ESL Impact. You kind of do more of Europe, right, Brandon? So I've had the honor of seeing Atrix kind of develop over the last few seasons, and the individuals themselves, and it's like they're just so close to breaking through the top 2, right? Because it's like the top 2 in the region goes to the LAM, and I think for Atrix, they're going to benefit massively getting these official reps, as we've touched on, because with ESL Impact Season 7 starting soon, Atrix, they want to be in the best form possible, and even if they do lose here, it's massively good experience in official, just generally being an official, sorting out your map pool, and also if you're playing against teams of a much higher caliber, you will be learning. Even if you do get absolutely smacked around, you're always going to find value out of a loss, more so than you'd find out of a win.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think it's actually a shame that MIBR, the women's team, aren't here again, because they, even though that they lost 0-3, there were a lot of close maps just sort of in there. Molly's great, but Ives, wow. It's 2 instantly. Sophia looking to trade, and it will actually be Sinon that grabs that one. So a 2 versus 3. You can clear out the player at back default. Potentially we could be talking. Glock rings out, and Sinon will hit the shot. So 2 versus 2. Bomb needs to go down, but that's going to be a bit tricky, especially with low HP.
Yeah, this is where this round gets very difficult. However, if we're going to give up the 1 versus 1s and we're going to peek individually, Little Z is going to put you down.
And this is the thing that Shinden can't do, and that is be disrespectful in terms of just giving these 1v1s, playing a little bit accelerated compared to what we're used to seeing out of them, because they will punish you. And literally, they've just been punished by Little Z. reinforced by just an eco as well. 5 players stacking on this B-bomb site for Shinden. And they're about to push cave. So Bokor might be in for a little bit of a rude awakening here as everyone pushes through the cave smoke. Instead, they're just going to wait.
I think it's going to be more so Reggie-Ann getting a bit of a fright. She's like, oh, quite a lot of players in there, actually. Needs to be careful. I don't see her getting away from this. Unfortunately, yeah, it's a good nade, but unfortunate only kills. That is just a double dink from Roy. Roy has just out-aimed an AK at range. This round shouldn't get dangerous in any sense of the word, but it can get costly. And potentially if the AK or just anything get picked up for Shinden, then Atrix could be at risk of losing another player. Right now, we're in a fine position. Anyone else that falls, that's when it starts to get a little bit dicey.
Yeah, you need Bokor to hold down here. Just in the corner. Feels like they should be clearing her here. But no, overlook for the first. There will be a trade. And Ives has catched off Sophia. Suddenly this is turning a little bit sour for Atrix. Little Z, low HP. There's no kits on these players. Tap on it. A collection of the kill onto BK1. Ives tries to jiggle. Tries to fake out to Little Z that he's actually defusing when he's not. She's just seeing the gun barrel. Now she can wait. Playing it so patiently. Little Z. Ives around the corner. Can't deal with her. Yes, that did get incredibly costly. I suppose the important thing is that they won the round.
Yeah. Definitely a big sigh of relief, and it's a big 2 rounds from Little Z, because not only does she 1v2 there, but also on the pistol, it was the 2 versus 2 where she picked up both of those frags, so she's had big impact already to start off with this series. And yeah, it's a win is a win, but that's definitely not going to be something that Atrix are massively happy about. And if Shinden win this next round now, when they've got back up the rifles, Atrix can be broke, and it's going to be a very dire situation for them. And this is cool from Atrix. We're just going fast up onto the B-bomb site.
Yeah, immediately Roy in the corner will get the first, but traded out immediately by Reggie-Ann, looking for more in long, and she finds it on Ives. BK1 and Nacho are still 2 players strong on B, and I don't really think you would expect Nacho, but Little Z clears him. BK1 now looking to fight forward all around the bomb site, but Little Z again finds even more impact against Shinden. Low HP and low ammo means that Abiz is able to get the trade. The bomb is now locked off at B, and Sophia is thrown into a tricky one.
This is a very difficult position, but Sophia's making the correct brazen call to walk through that ramp smoke that has just bloomed. Abiz is repositioning, but he is allowing Sophia to collect the bomb. And now the question is for Sophia, what does she do in this position? This is the tricky part, where you've got the bomb, and she's probably thinking to herself, huh, I haven't seen anyone. And, well, she's going towards A. When does Abiz clock that the bomb has been lost?
Right about now.
Oh, no, he hasn't, because he hasn't pushed forward. He doesn't realize the bomb might have been collected, and yeah, now he'll clock, but Sophia's planting the bomb, so that's a bit of a dead giveaway. And we've seen clutches galore for Atrix already. Time for another big one.
No kit, again. That's what you gotta remember. And Sophia can be absolutely anywhere. This gets a bit tricky for Abiz. He's got to clear out every single angle. He's going to go through CT, and Sophia's about to hear this. It's planted for CT as well, so she can just tuck right into this corner. He starts to stick. He doesn't know.
No kit.
No. You can't go for it. She's won it.
Oh. Well, that was easy. I mean, to be fair, Sophia played that marvelously. Sure, she goes down with the ship, but she plants it in a very open position, understanding that she has the time to work with. Maybe not realizing Abiz didn't have a kit, but it's still a really well played 1 versus 1. And also, this round is just quite a nice little execute for Atrix. It was a smoke cave, smoke deep CT, mollos to get them, and flashes up long, and they basically just were taking directly the fights to Shinden. And you know, it wasn't massively clean, and Atrix still are on a bit of spot of bother when it comes to the economy, but it's a really cool little pocket strat and a little pocket rocket to throw them into the lead even further.
Oh, that flashbang was unfortunately a little bit too deep, so Natcha's able to get Sophia, and now Abiz is scaled in towards mid off the back of things. Regian will trade, but it comes at a very detrimental cost of her health points, and Shinden are now swarming all over the map. They have got every piece of map control, and unfortunately for Atrix, they don't have any of it. They have to retake.
This is a very difficult position for the T side to get themselves out of it. You've got Regian on 14 HP, a smoke, 4 flashbangs and a Molotov, and no map control. Looks like that single smoke is going to be put towards Red Room. Nacho, if I'm not mistaken, is a player above him, I think. Yeah, there's 2 players on Heaven towards Shelf. And Sign-On is... I don't know. So, were they faking mid-control? The issue is Shinden...
So,
yeah, the issue is Shinden have such an advanced position that they just go, yeah, it's clear. And Atrix, all of the utility they've used to get to this stage has been in vain. BK1 still holding towards doors and has the support from IVZ at range. MP9 just shreds through the low HP. Flashbang ineffective. Little Z does trade, but the bomb has been dropped. There's 15 seconds left, and now Xenon is being swarmed. Nacho just swings out and nails the headshots.
Yeah, that's going to be the difficult thing. If you don't fight pretty proactively for mid control with more than one player, then Shinden are just going to take it for free, scale Heaven, and then just lock you off. And that's the difficulty. So Lil Z is playing very well. 7-2. Had some really important moments early on. You spoke about the difficulties of what would happen if they were to lose that round. Now the rifles are here, and you bang on. Tech 9s. But, correct decision. Already scaling in towards A. Ives is able to find Bokor. And nearly a second. And A breaks open the smoke, or in fact, it doesn't. So they can get the bomb in, they can get it planted.
Planting the bomb could turn out to be difficult, because as soon as it gets tapped, there's going to be so much spam. This is a very difficult position to be in for Atrix, because the smoke's also fading. They make the proactive decision to charge in towards CT, but that will be their undoing. Shinden, 2 in a row, break the economy of Atrix.
Yeah, that's a tough one, because Shinden actually flashed for the donut players rather than the CT players, and I think Atrix is like, okay, well, if we just take the space in towards CT whilst the players are running out donut, maybe we can catch them off guard. But it doesn't quite work out that way. Really good counter utility from Shinden. There were just so many mollies on that bomb site. The nades were being used to break open the smoke, and obviously all the spam. It just felt really just horrible to try and get in. So good defense overall on A, especially when Atrix had full control of the bomb site or thereabouts. That was Tech 9s, now this one is just Glocks. It looks like Shinden can be able to tie up the scoreline here.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a hard round. Nacho's just playing aimbots through that smoke. There's not really much Atrix can do here. Just an eco round. I guess the one difference, though, is when Shinden were on a lower purchase, they were dealing significant amount of damage to the Atrix economy, so they definitely have that. Well, that's kind of the reason why they got here, right? They won the first... Well, when they won their gun round, it broke the economy of Shinden. So, unfortunately for Atrix, they haven't been able to do much damage economically to Shinden. So, as Shinden go to 3 rounds, just look at the difference of how... When Atrix run 3 rounds, economy-wise, and how Shinden are economy-wise when they've got 3 rounds. They've got the money in the back pocket for another purchase or 2. And this is just going to make Atrix's life a little bit harder on their map pick early on. But they're going to have to go from the frying pan into the fire again when it comes to full gun round for Shinden. But in this round, Regian, that is actually a must-need trade in lane, and then a must-need trade from Sign-On in middle. Atrix battling their way forward to give themselves the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, great flash. A delayed one in towards middle. Both players were caught off by it. Difficulty here is the slowdown for Atrix. Because you feel like these Shinden players are going to get proactive. Roy has now gone back into the corner. where a corpse is. So I don't think you're going to be ready for Roy to be in this exact same position as where Regian killed one already.
It's obviously a spot you would normally clear, but it's under the premise that you were mentioning. We've already dealt with Cave, but because we've never taken control, I would potentially see Atrix clearing. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Nice.
They never once maintained control of Cave, so they're always going to be cautious about that. Very aware and heads up Counter-Strike from Synon. As they go back to 4, they go back to taking the lead, but we go back into that same conversation I had of economy for Shinden's really good. So Atrix, from the frying pan into fire, as they are going to be up against another full buy. This round is still live. IVZ is in a 1 versus 3, but maybe a kill is the best he can get, and he won't even get that. It's 4 kills for Synon.
Yeah, I mean, what a round. And I think what's cool here, and I'm not sure if it's intentional or not, but it's not Regian going into clear cave, it's Synon. And by having Synon going in there as a different player, you know that you're just going to clear like all these angles out, right? So it's a nice, really small micro thing that Atrix employ. I've just now got his AWP. No AWP out for Atrix, but they've been doing pretty damn good with the rifles. That elbow smoke has missed. That has gone miles too deep.
Yeah, Little Z, the normal AWP for Atrix is currently 7 and 4, so, you know, he's doing alright. Basically won 2 rounds out of the 4 so far. And Synon, she's on a tear right now, just brute forcing her way out middle, but there's no red room smoke. This is the missing piece for the mid execute for Atrix. IVZ is being able to provide overwatch for his players that were immensely struggling. If he was smoked off, this round actually might already be over. But the issue is, Atrix are now going to have to reset in a 3 versus 3, and they're walking into the B bomb site where IVZ has mobilized towards. Does he potentially change it up? Because now there's been a smoke and red room to deny information for Nacho. No, definitely won't move now.
Yeah, that's tough. It feels like the ramp players are not ready to go when Regian swings in cave, and then you're just looking to contact up here, but the play just gets accelerated because you've lost your cave player. I don't know why there's no red room smoke. There really should be a red room smoke because you really could have punished Shinden there. Won't they make the same mistake again? There is the red room smoke.
Yes. Not going there, but at least it's present. Atrix, B rush has worked before. This time it's very bare bones. Just a smoke on the mollo, flashes up. Roy picks up 2. IVZ's rotation is sublime, and it's a shutdown. Atrix unable to establish any dominion.
Yeah, it's tough there because you're Tech 9 rushing, you've got like no nades. Because one smoke goes red room, one smoke goes to extinguish the molly. The fact that you've got Ives come in and dealing with Sophia means that Roy stays alive for like an extra 2 seconds, and it's just unfortunate. It is the ultimate word for it.
Yeah, not a fan of smoking red room in that round, because as soon as you block it off, the AWP's going to move, right? So if you don't smoke red room, that gives more of a reason to the AWP to hang around for a second. So, you know, you got the red room smoke, maybe not at the right time. However, back towards mid we go, and Sophia, big opening kill. Synon, she's been on an absolute tear this map so far.
They're winning mid. Like, every round they're winning mid.
Synon's winning mid. It's not there, it's Synon. She's 9 and 7. I think every single kill has come from in and around middle. Bit of an overstep potentially from Sophia there, as Shinden pulled back at least a kill. Sophia low HP, over aggresses in towards red room, and the rest of her team are, well, they couldn't be further away right now.
Well, this is the thing. We've seen Atrix. I think, yeah, Shinden, no. Every single round they go middle, then they go and reset back B. So Shinden are just going to rotate over everyone in towards B. They're going to gamble stack, and they're completely correct. And the reason why they're doing this is because they have no reason to change what they're doing here. When's the penny going to drop? I feel like if BK won... matches, you should move. You should go A immediately. Instead, he's just been allowed free reign over the ramp, and no one can trade him. Yeah, this is such a shame, really, because you had mid control. 5v3, Little Z has got a Rorke, but BK1 has got the rest of her team and her combined. I don't know why Atrix keep resetting back in towards B, because if they just go A, they win.
It's just perfection. Shinden, they've read it immaculately. And take the fight to Atrix. It's easy peasy for them. And now Atrix back onto a lower purchase. We haven't really hit A in recent times. Kind of tends to be our last-ditch effort when we're on the lower purchase. Bad late smoke towards CT, so Nacho's been able to break his way through. That's a big second to be collecting, and Little Z's just left completely by herself. Pistols are out for IVZ, and he's charging.
It's actually such a shame, like a lot of these rounds, because Atrix have found like 1 or 2 opening kills. You feel like 9 times out of 10, and they just can't stick the landing. Obviously, it's gonna be difficult here. I mean, Shinden know the buy's low. They're just being really proactive with their rotations. There's so many of them just responding immediately. But I don't know. I don't think this scoreline is one of those. I feel like it could have gone the other way in a few of these rounds. Obviously, individual decisions make up a big part of that. I think Atrix have played a good game so far, though.
Atrix played a really good game, and I think the issue is they just haven't really had the base of economy. It feels like Shinden have just always had purchases. They've never really let the foot off the gas,
oh,
and
wow.
that's quite a rough. That's unfortunate. BK1 needs to be careful though, because Sophia's on the other side. She's waiting for any sound cues. Roy, however, speaking of players on the other side, Roy just runs through as they're executing. Abiz has pushed A and he's on the flank. That's why Shinden have everyone in and around this bomb site. And Sophia's will get one before she falls, but Shinden end up taking the half 8-4.
Yeah, as I said, I think 8-4 is a little bit of an extreme exaggeration of this scoreline, because how many rounds did they actually get the opening kill? So many. And it's just a shame they couldn't capitalise on it, really. But it's really good seeing them sort of at this level being a threat. And it is 8-4, and I do worry, because I think when Shinden goes on T side, that's where it's going to be a bit tricky for Atrix, because if they employ the same game plan they did against MIBR, then we're entering dangerous territory, because it is just a death ball, and they will just run at you within the first 10 seconds. They will try and get onto a site.
Fast out mid, and
Okay.
the City side just annihilates. Looks like both pistol rounds are going to be collected for Atrix. This is exactly the entrance they need onto their City side. And Little Z, god damn, Little Z on pistols. 5 kills, and both pistol rounds basically won by her.
Yeah, they tried to go into Donut. They saw one player Donut, and then suddenly there was 3 Donut, and they all died. Clean. 5 alive as well. Now, we spoke about the early game. We spoke about the fact that there was a lot of damage being inflicted. Surely, with just Glocks, that can't happen again. And you've even got MP9s, so you can make so much money. Now,
Bring me my money.
I will also be
sorry.
incredibly biased in this series, because obviously the ESL Impact commentator, all the women seem to do well. I'll be cheering on Atrix all throughout.
Yeah, I'm not either, to be fair. Yeah. That was a joke. Well, you know, I'm still, I'm the one who's been doing all the South America.
Yeah.
I get thrown in the.
That's fine. You could say you're biased as well. I was just saying that I will be biased this cast.
I'm just very excited to see Atrix more so when the ESL Impact season starts, because I think obviously South America has been very top heavy, and there's always been an element of one team being maybe there to try and contend, and it's certainly Atrix now, and they did really well last year. I think they took a map off Fluxo, if I'm not mistaken. So with these experiences, I said in the pre-show, I was really excited to see their progression and maybe get them on, like, a lot of these players back on LAN first for Sophia. Issue is this game, his first gun rounds off to a pretty negative start as BK1 just abuses the utility in middle and is able to get quite an easy opening kill on a struggling Bokor.
This is an okay setup, though. You've got to bear in mind that it's only Ives really with utility. Is he going to molly out Sin? Oh, no. So the molly goes deep cave. You got to clear this if you're Shinden, and you feel like you need players to be taking contact here. Flashbang. Oh, it's really good. Nacho will be traded on, and Sophia finds another one just through spamming in towards cave. Roy takes the space back off her. It's a 3 versus 3. BK1 will deal with Sophia, and if you got this AWP in this situation, I'd be saving. I don't think you can do anything here.
You do have a kit. Oh, they're going for it. Yeah, they're going for it. And now you're definitely saving. Little Z hasn't really had an AWP out really ever this series. And as Reggian falls there, so does the round. Shinden back up to 9. They've lost both pistol rounds, but ultimately in the gun rounds, that's where they've been succeeding the most. And, ooh, Little Z, let's just hope she can actually save her orb. It's a pretty big missed shot. BK1 will fall from Donut, but we've still got Roy chasing her down, and IVZ is also not too far away, but the craniums are being cracked. IVZ, even if he gets the kill, he's not going to be able to save the AWP. And he gets the kill. Doesn't save it, but that's still a big execution for Atrix, not allowing them the big green in what would just be potentially a round where they would have bought up around it.
Yeah, that's a shame. Nice shots saving onto the AWP. I mean, Sophia gets a double here, and you think, okay, maybe round's on, and then BK1 has just been so surgical with his clears. No AWP saved is a very big deal. And a tech.
It wouldn't be South America with at least one tech pause.
This game's been quite quick. We've been here for 25 minutes and we've had 15 rounds.
It's been a very fast-paced game in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds haven't gone on massively long. Which I'm pretty sure Atrix did take a map off one of the big two in South America last season.
It was against Fluxo.
I think I was casting that game. Yeah. Was it on 8? No, it was on Dust 2. Well, Dust 2 is next in the veto. I think that was before. Yeah, that was when they had Mari and before Reggian. So theoretically, they should have. They should be better. With the roster change. So yeah, good veto. Like Dust 2 and Ancient Mirage, kind of their like best 3 maps.
Mari used to play on Furia as well, so it's one of those where it's just like.
It's like X, yeah.
Yeah, these players have got like so much experience playing at like the top level. I was saying for 2 seasons, I was like, if there's any team that's going to sort of, like, provide discourse to, like, the, I guess it's now MIBR, but the Furia Fluxo, like, contingent, it would be Atrix rather than MIBR. Obviously, now we haven't got Fluxo anymore. We've got Fluxo forming to become MIBR. That's going to be, I think, a bit trickier now, because I think MIBR's got even better.
Yeah, I mean, it should be Furia MIBR top 2.
Yes.
But potentially the roster change, even though you might be putting together the better players under a bigger organization, it doesn't always work, right? We see it along Counter-Strike just because you get the best doesn't mean they all fit together, work together, etc. Oopsies. Well, we do get a kill for Aatrix. Not in the way they would have anticipated.
Oh,
Might still get
Boko.
one. BK1.
He's gonna swing.
Yeah. Boko's had a rough game. She is the IGL of this project. Such has nice little headshot. Ooh, almost gets Nacho. Is the IGL, but normally does a little bit better when it comes to the fragging department. Currently only sitting on 3 kills. It's a rough series for her so far.
I was gonna say normally she's one of the heavier hitters.
I don't.
I guess role changes. And
Wouldn't really necessarily.
leader.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't really put her as. She had a pretty rough season last season. In East Impact, Little Z and Sophia certainly. I'd say would be the top 2. I think Reggiane has a big role to fit for Mari, who was also doing quite well as like kind of the 3rd pack player. Little Z though is just AWPing maybe at like a lower level in South American scene. We see it a lot in women's Counter-Strike in general. AWPers tend to just be quite heavy hitters.
Well, they disrespected that smoke, and then Boko just rotates in. Unfortunately, it's like, oh, it's not ideal.
There's no CT smoke.
No, there isn't.
Okay, there is now. That was an interesting execute. Didn't really do much, just a kind of smoke and cave, Mollo default, I think it was, and then that was basically it. And Shinden just took the fights to Aatrix, and Aatrix couldn't withstand.
And now Little Z says, okay, you got me in Temple last time, and I'm going to go A main.
Try keep him guessing.
I'm scared. And now I'm not. Keeps the up. Important. Don't know if we're going to get much investment around this though. Already play for OT, they're going to take 30 seconds to talk about it. I really wish Aatrix would use a little bit more of their tactical pauses.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. I feel like now, of all times, would be to use a tactical pause. Surprised they haven't used one yet, or have they used one yet?
Just now, they used
Just
the
now,
first one.
yeah. This is probably the best time to use a pause. It feels a little bit, potentially a little bit too little, too late to start initiating tactical pauses.
This is a common criticism, actually, of just, again, women's Counter-Strike, so they don't utilise their pauses more, like,
Yeah,
and they should.
I mean, oh god, you see the UK scene. If you think like, because I know what you mean. If you think women's CS is bad with tactical pauses, you haven't seen UK CS. People are like allergic to them, and I think that's when having a coach who's got experience really helps.
And now, you know, the AWP is just in middle. Looks like Shinden wants to go back towards B again. Oh, that nade doesn't do as much damage as potentially I thought it might have. Ives holding for this smoke, even spamming it just a little bit. Nacho's got good control in cave. Lil Z is holding for this. Might not be ready for how close Nacho is on the angle.
Ooh,
Never mind.
that's a great clear.
But BK1 is in red room, and they cleared out all of A. That's a disgusting free fire. And nearly another one. Will be taken by Little Z, but you know you've got the A bomb site. You got BK1 in such a proactive position. This round feels a bit tricky, unless Bokor can grab this kill, which she can't.
It's not the worst outcome of a round to save an AWP and an AK.
It's not. And it was just the AWP and pistols, to be fair.
Ooh. the issue is we could lose everything now
Behind
because
you.
both like
Nice.
we've kind of run into each other while trying to run away, and we've attracted both everyone who's hunting either Little Z or Sinon are now kind of like being attracted together. The Orp's lost. The Orp died at the very dying embers of the round. Sinon can drop an Orp, but it won't have any utility. I think she'll have only a smoke. Yeah, only a smoke and be a Molotov. One of the either, not both. So that's a little bit of an issue where I assume you would want the Orp to come out. That would probably be the priority. Surprised we don't just hard tuck here, to be honest. Surprised we're kind of like facing. Yeah, I feel like we probably could just both be tucking there. But yeah, the Orb comes out. Issue is we've got a big lack of utility. This might be the final round of play on Ancient. Shinden, they're just going straight up onto B.
They are. I mean, it's not quite the trade you wanted if you're Sophia. She gets rid of the player on ramp, but they can't get rid of Nacho. And you speak about the lack of utility. It's a lack of utility now to retake a bomb site, especially when you need to make the AWP be a little bit more dynamic. Little Z on 19 kills. Actually top of the server with BK1. The issue is that Biz and BK1 have swung in. Little Z's hitting shots. A 1v4 now put into a 1v2. Ives on the angle will remove her. It was competitive from Atrix, and there were a lot of moments in these rounds where you feel like it should have gone the other way, but it's some individual decisions that unfortunately cost them. So the first map will go to Shinden in a 13-6 manner.
Yeah, it was certainly very competitive at the start, I will say that, and I think Atrix, the issue is they only did win basically one gun round outside of the pistol round victories, so unfortunately, sure, some of those rounds might have gone maybe in favor of Atrix and under very certain circumstances. There was a few different micro details, but like they did only win one proper gun round, and I think, or two maybe, yeah, like 2 gun rounds. So without the pistol round victories, that might have been a little bit more of a stomping, and that's a little bit of an issue now for Shinden, also for Atrix, as that was their map pick, and they are going on to Dust. So if I'm Shinden right now, I'm feeling quite confident. But for Shinden, they have had a very difficult year so far on Dust 2. They've lost 13-0. They've lost 5 in a row right now. So looking to change up their fortunes against Atrix, and we're going to be finding out how they're going to fare on Dust 2 after this break. It was a good effort from Atrix, but ultimately Shinden denied them any progression on Atrix's map pick. So now we go on to Dust 2. It's Shinden map pick. They haven't had the most successful time on this map, all things considered, but there's definitely a world where I think how I was thinking about it and putting it in my head of, I see a lot of these games sometimes where map 1 can be contestable, and the scoreline I don't think truly depicts how competitive that game was. There's a lot of closer rounds in it, but I do see a lot of times we then go into map 2 and the favorites almost like pick it up a little bit, right? I think we see this a lot where map 1 will be contestable, you know, the underdogs will catch them off guard, and then we go on to map 2 and it's like it's almost like it just kind of resets and the favorites win it out.
It was the other way around, actually, for Shinden versus MIBR. It was 13-3 on Mirage and then 13-8, I think, on Anubis.
13-7. And it was a competitive match as well. Like, again, I was watching that. I was like, yeah, again, scoreline does not depict how close this is.
No, it doesn't. So, again, really good experience for Atrix here. Playing on Dust 2, a map that they're probably going to play for ESL Impact, going against competition that is a little bit shaky on it. I think for Shinden, it's one of those where you are picking into it because you do believe in your Dust 2, even if the results haven't really gone your way. And I think they saw this matchup, and given the way that BK1 was sort of just wide swinging and taking all these fights in full confidence, the same with Roy, it's going to be one of those where you're going to be probably starting T-side if you're Shinden, and that's got the capacity for it to maybe snowball a little bit out of control. Atrix been very good in pistol rounds. They need to sort of pick up the pistol again here and win a gun round, please.
Yeah, they won 2 gun rounds on Ancient. 4 of their rounds came from the pistol round, the subsequent eco conversion. So 100% as we enter into Dust 2, it's quite easy to snowball in T-side, as you mentioned, and that could be accentuated further by the fact that if they win the pistol round and it's, you know, Atrix don't kind of get their leg up into the map, this could be a pretty good start for Shinden as we are hopping into Dust 2. I think these first few rounds are gonna show us potentially quite a clear picture of how this second map is gonna go.
We're into it straight away. No mucking about, which is good to see. Abiz has got a little bit of utility. Everyone else is rocking Kevlar for Shinden. There's a smoke, there's kits, there's dual Berettas, and it's a fast B play out the gate. They've got to go through the smoke. Sinon up close with the dualies, removing the first and the second. They can't get by Sinon, who has found 3 kills immediately. BK1 will find Sophia, but in towards the window comes even more pressure. And whilst BK1 is the only one doing damage, it's the dual Berettas that get 4 kills. Shinden disrespect the utility, and they find out the hard way.
Okay, that's 3 for 3 pistols for Atrix. They're looking pretty good as far as these pistol rounds go. Hopefully there's a further progression. These anti-ecos, it caused a little bit of trouble on Ancient. The first anti-eco, Atrix only had 1 player alive, so should just be trying to keep this clean. IVT doesn't have a pistol right now. I don't know how that's happened.
Is he gonna go back and get one?
Well, there's a deagle down now. It's okay. He's got a deagle.
Good molly in towards blue bin. Towards long. Oh, did the molly not work?
I think it's a smoke. It hit the smoke.
Oh.
Well, either way, this should be pretty easy. Little Z as well is hard saving for the AWP. You can see that she's only bought dual Berettas. This is certainly a bit of a crazy round, but Little Z will get the final kill, and it means she's going to be able to get her AWP for utility, and it's going to be onto the first gun round already, an AWP for Atrix.
Nice. And considering Little Z got, what, 20 kills in the first map, it feels very good that she's on one immediately. little bit scrappy, out long, but ultimately everyone stays alive for Atrix. Shinden won't have an AWP. Smoke towards Xbox. So little Z won't be able to see anything. And break this smoke and have a little bit of a peek. Right hand side, no one's there. There is one just deep in towards top middle. Shinden have got decent map control in terms of mid and now lower. Boko gets flashed through in towards short, doesn't see anything initially, but there is a lot of players around that corner. How was he only taking 20 damage?
I don't know, and we're using and expending a lot of utility while losing players. Nacho, he's picked up 2, and alongside Shinden putting pressure on short, it's forcing these rotations from the B bomb side, putting them out in the open, and that's when BK1 is able to collect the rotators. Little Z is doing good justice with her AWP, but the bomb has already set its sights on this B bomb side, and Little Z now, the objective is to try and save, which is something, an equity that she was not always given for free on Ancient.
No. And it feels like they will be hunting her. I mean, you got one player just on the bomb site, and everyone else is having a little look. Doesn't have a kit. Definitely not going for it. Definitely shouldn't be going for it anyway. But they're going to clear out all of A. Good news is, because she's so far away, I think she'll be able to hold on to this. Difficulty is, it can't just be Little Z getting all the kills. You need some of the riflers to step up as well. I'm there with you, just a lot of resource being invested towards short with no return.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and it's not the greatest of starts for Atrix. Also, Little Z not doing the short jump correctly. If you go up around, you get up a lot quicker than just jumping up on the individual boxes. But that pace is not going to cost her anything, as no one's really fighting out middle. And this is a cool bit of aggression. Ooh, Little Z clicking the scope a little bit too much. Actually clicks off the scope and goes... And so there's a no scope when BK1... Well, when she shoots at BK1, and Boko, who was being baited in, ends up being isolated. Speaking of isolation, Nacho isolating these kills in middle, and it's all falling apart for Atrix very early round here. And as a lot of the attention is drawn over towards middle, that's when we see them impending doom up long. But Little Z chopping numbers down left, right, and center is making this round look a lot more contestable, as it's a 3 versus 3 with the bomb going down.
Difficulty is that your flanking long is sit on with an MP9. Covered. Oh, and cleared by Ives. So now this retake becomes really difficult indeed. Little Z's been removed as well. Regian, last player standing. Nice shot onto BK1. Hoping for a bit more. Has crossed over, has got the kit, but no player is giving her anything to work with. It should be another round locked in for Shinden, and it is.
I mean, from kind of the beginning of this round, it's a 5v3, really good isolationism from Shinden. Little Z does get away with a lot of damage here with the AWP, but unfortunately the rest of her team are not able to maintain the success that she was orchestrating around her. And when you get put into this 3 versus 1, Regian, there's just not really much you can do with such little time on the clock. So Shinden, they force Atrix on an eco and take a good standpoint here early on Dust 2.
there a flash? No. Okay, so just try walking through the smoke. It has worked, but Abyss is right behind and is supported not only by Long, but also Short in Roy. So another opening kill that doesn't really amount to too much for Aatrox.
Yeah, I mean, it's Felico, right? Opening kill is... Opening kill in this round is basically not even making it even yet. But this is the biggie. This is a big round for Shinden. Seeing if they are going to continue taking an oppressive lead here on Dust 2. Or do Aatrox have some legs to them? Because they're yet to win a round with the rifles. Or, sorry, against the rifles. And it's starting off pretty negatively. IVZ does take a lot of damage, but it's an opening kill. And Shinden, they're putting a lot of pressure pretty much all around the map. You see Roy over towards B. You've got players in mid and short. So Aatrox, they have to just kind of choose somewhere and fight that before the execute comes in and they get wrapped around.
Looks like it's going to be Long, but that means you are going to the Orpha flashbang over the top. And, oh, I'll tell you what, really works out really favourably. Ives keeps trying to repeat. Nacho now scaling in towards Short, but has been dealt with by Sophia. This mid to B wrap is still on, and Sinon's got to be so careful. They need to clear this if they're Shinden, but they overlook the position. Sinon finds 2, and suddenly Ives, who's on low HP, has probably got to save.
A massive stabilization for Aatrox in a round where they lose the opening kill fairly instantly, and then from there, it's a shutdown. Sinon, who had a 3k in the pistol, to first 2 kills outside of that first round. So that's a big shot from her, especially on T side for Aatrox on Ancient. She was running out middle and getting a lot of opening kills. And that's what we were talking about when it came to the round being a lot closer, or the scoreline being a lot closer than it showed, is because we're getting the opening kills. We just weren't really converting. This time we have an opening death, but we convert. Not quite yet, though, however, because IVZ is planting the bomb on the A-bomb site. We've given him a lot of respect at this stage, haven't we?
Yeah, and he's now using this long smoke to peek a bit more forward. Shouldn't get out of control. Takes one, he can then look for the long fight, back round the corner, up over the top. This now getting a little bit dicey. Now you now know one player's quite close. In Sinon. He's just playing time. There is a kit available, but Ives hits the shot immediately. He thinks the last player is low, but Reggie-Ann isn't. Needs to get the kit and then go around the corner. I don't think there's enough time.
Oh,
that's a shame.
It's a big 1v3 to be picking up, and we were praising Aatrox, but then it all falls down as IVZ gets given all of this breathing room to walk up onto the A-bomb site, and almost an ace from IVZ. He was the guy who got the opening kill. And then puts them in. Yeah, he just does everything. And it's really unfortunate for Reggie-Ann in that situation to not have enough time to defuse the bomb. Shinden. Great start for them. And just seeing if they can clean house now up against the eco.
Should be able to. Unless the scout goes nuclear. What was the... Doesn't hit the mark. The scout's missed as well. And has been dealt with by a Biz. This will be a 5th round for Shinden. I should definitely not have won that 1v3.
No, that was a pretty... It's just the whole point that they gave him... What my emphasis was they just gave him the space to get onto A. Like, that... It should have never been in a position where we're retaking without even the information of, like, how he's got there, that he's there. Like, you know, the space he was given to get the bomb down and recalibrate is shouldn't really be allowed. And this is a change up from Shinden. I feel like we've been pestering long quite a bit. It's going to be Roy putting pressure towards B, but this time they're utilizing that pressure. They're charging out on a mid to B, and Sophia gets her head completely torn off. Sign-on now completely by herself on this bomb site. We'll get one on Roy. We'll get a second on Abiz. That is a massive double to be collecting. I don't know how she's got two in such an awful position. There's only 2 players directly on the B bomb site, but Aatrox are taking a long time to rotate over. Bokor is still on the A bomb site. Little Z still very cautious of Nacho. She should be, but unfortunately not accurate enough as Nacho hits the instant headshot, and that's the round done. From a possibility of a retake to now preying on a save.
Oh, Regian just about gets out of there. 1 bullet left in the AWP. But Nacho is flanking long. I don't think Bokor is quite going to be ready for this. I don't know how many bullets Regian's got left in that AWP, but it doesn't matter because Nacho hits the instant headshot. No AWP saved. Shinden just keep on the ascendancy.
Ooh, that's not a... It's an unfortunate opening kill, and oof, we've just run out B with not even the bomb. Oh, the round's over. Okay.
What?
Yeah, well, we ran out B, got the opening kill mid, and then they tried to fire a shot. That took about 15 seconds.
I just... What? I didn't even notice that round
You
started. And
really
ended.
blink and you miss it type beat.
Honestly. Opener. Yeah, another opening kill. In fact, make it a second. Sophia getting aggressive in towards mid and gets rid of a Biz.
It's a better start. I mean, the issue is for Aatrox is that we have seen them in positions where they've had the advantage, so I'm not counting my chickens just yet.
I'm waiting until the round says 1 by Aatrox.
Yeah. Big lack of utility left over Shinden as they're taking mid control. We're still in a position where we don't really have any map control. And now we've got no flashbangs, 2 nades, a mollo, and a smoke. We're pretty much just going to have to walk out on A bomb site. And B has been a little bit more vulnerable in recent times. So putting a smoke down towards doors and just trying to contact your way out is probably the best case scenario. Issue is they have just replenished the smoke top in tunnels, and we've actually used our smoke towards A. BK1, he's lurking middle, and I'm not sure how much I like a lurk in this 3 versus 5, but he does just nail Bokor. That's a big issue, because now with the smoke fading, we're starting to make our way out onto the B-bomb site. Sophia split between 2 mines, and yep, don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, Brandon, just yet, because Shinden, from a 3 versus 5 with no utility, no map control, now have the bomb down in a 3 versus 2.
How does that even happen?
It all just stems from Bokor dying, basically.
Does Bokor need to be that committed on that mid angle? You'd argue no. But you're right. As soon as the mid player dies, suddenly the B attention is split. Sidon gets one, or basically 2v1'd, and then so does Sophia. I mean, Nacho hits some bangers, but yeah, if it was not so much of a committed angle for Bokor, that round plays out a lot more differently. Missed shot at Little Z. Don't want to be using this off now. And I don't... She doesn't. But it is still 8-2. every single one of these fights is just one-on-one.
Well, that was a disappointing round.
Yep.
Little Z's also not had the continuous impact with the AWP. I know that round she couldn't really do anything. It's just more of a general sweeping statement. There you go. You ask and you shall receive. Okay. Thank God Sophia traded there. I was about to say, no way Abby's gets both of them. But the fact that he even gets one there is a little bit of a breakdown in the setup. Like, you have a AWP indoors, you have a player lower, player short, and Abyss is kind of able just to take the 1 versus 1. However, misfortune once again. We're just on the A-bomb site. And it's a 3 versus 3.
Nachos were ridiculous in these disadvantage situations. Flash to set up Roy as well. This is going to blind the short players. He's quite committed. Oh, it just doesn't matter.
Oh.
Good collection from Roy, and now Little Z is stuck in CT. I think they've got a good idea of where she is. We'll find BK1, picks up the AWP. Now looks for Roy. He's just going to smoke her off. Round is well and truly lost. Oh. Okay.
It's good. Valid. Is this a depressing Dust 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's just too many breaks in the setups, unfortunately, and then Shinden can just use their aim to overpower.
It's just like these rounds.
Like this trade spacing, unfortunately, isn't good enough. The fact that the setup breaks and Abyss is allowed to go and get the kill up short is just like why?
Yeah, like I think I agree with you. This time though,
what?
Christ.
Roy got in pit and they had no idea.
Yeah, Roy just skips into pit and that's the half over. Yeah.
This fast-paced sort of death-bally approach is what I was worried about.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was talking about a little bit with the whole map 1. You see a lot in these favorite underdog games, map 1 being contestable, and then you go on to map 2, you go on to the T side of Dust 2, and it's just you just start to dumpster fire. And that is Atrix, who won pistol round, won this eco, and since then it's been a pretty downward spiral, and I think, Brandon, in all honesty, I think we could be seeing the conclusion of this series.
Yeah. I think so. Just got an update that the third match for you tonight as well in South America has been cancelled.
Oh.
Adao, the Amigos, cannot field a roster, so they forfeit against Bounty Hunters.
Oh, well, congratulations to Bounty Hunters.
Are they going to win another pistol? It's going to be 4 out of 4 pistols for Atrix. I mean, that's pretty impressive in of itself, but
it is impressive.
Unfortunately,
the unfortunate sentiment, though, is that they've won 2 rounds outside of the pistol round victories, which, yeah, it's great. Bokor's doubled her kills in the pistol round, and it's good to see the general progression of at least making this look a little bit more contestable, or maybe setting themselves up for a mega comeback. This is how you start it, right? You win a decisive pistol round, you start to snowball on the T side. It always is. It's always achievable.
it at least makes the scoreline a little bit more reflective of what it should be. I think that's those 5v3 rounds that, or even like that 1v3 that should not have happened.
Yeah, that 1v3 was... I think that's going to be something that they... That's going to be something that they have in the back of their mind for a while, being like, wow, we really shouldn't have let that happen. Ooh.
That's fine. You got the info. You got the info. Okay, they're all out B. Go away. Go A, they will. This can't get scary.
It shouldn't.
This can't get scary.
Mollo into
Unarmored.
default. Yeah, Sinol just got away. I thought if they Mollo Goose, it might flush out Bokor and there could be an opening. But no, this... I think Shinden is trying to take as many down with the ship as possible right now. The objective isn't to win the round, it's just to do good damage. And... okay, they get a kill on top of the one they previously got, so 3 staying alive is fine for Atrix, but this is when the difficulty starts to rise. This is when we get back on the rifles. This is when the conversation and the questions start to pop up.
Yeah. What does the default look like? Oh, I spot an orb. Yeah, I don't think you'd ever be expecting that, to be honest. Glass cannon orb. Just takes the fight straight towards top middle. Finds the opening kill.
Not the best of starts. How do Atrix reset now? We've got a player disadvantage. Looks like they're trying to come out long. Abiz playing a very aggressive angle. This could be his downfall, and it will be. Regian, a nice sharp micro adjustment onto his head. Does at least put it back into the 4 vs 4. But Roy, who just kind of sees no one out B, is going to reposition, and they're going to crunch towards middle. The 3 riflers looking to hunt down Sophia, and they shall. Now they can turn their attention towards long, where the smoke for cross has just bloomed. IVZ is still here with the orb, and Atrix, they do have a lot of utility spared though, and it's a good mollo onto Gandalf, but no, the smoke evaporates it, and IVZ, uncontested with the AWP, just holding down the line, does finally miss a shot, but I believe the damage has been done, and now that is a banger. Quick scope brawl bang, Regian executed, and Shinden stay flawless once more on the gun rounds.
Like, this is just a CS2 thing. This isn't like an Atrix thing, but it's kind of BS. The way that Molly goes in, it ticks for like a tick and a half, and then it just gets removed. I don't even know like what part of the smoke touched that mollo. I guess it's where it's spread towards the right hand side. But I don't know. I feel like if this is just a thing actually that annoys me in CS2, but it's like if it touches the right hand side, surely it just extinguishes the right hand side. It doesn't get rid of the entire mollo. Yeah,
it's a really, and we saw that actually on their city side when they mollowed blue on
yeah,
and it was like, oh well, the smoke just isn't there, but apparently it extinguishes it. Yeah, I've seen that a lot, to be honest. That's something I've kind of, that's a cool little nade from Ivers to break open the top of the smoke.
But you see how the mechanics work like that with the smoke, so why can't that work with the mollo? Like, I feel like you can fix that.
Yeah, because imagine if you just naded the top of the smoke and it just boop everything.
Yeah, and it did used to be like that, but they fixed it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a depressing sign for Atrix. That's fantastic from Abiz. He peeks out, just pings a few bullets, and takes 2 down with him. Atrix lose short presence. Yeah, this is it. This is over. It's 12-4. Atrix have only 1 pistol round and conversions on Dust 2, and it's a very similar. It's not as similar as Ancient, because Ancient actually had contestation. Right now, unfortunately, it doesn't feel like there's any.
No, it doesn't. There were moments in that first half where you could argue that Atrix could have got a few more. Like, this could be sort of a 13-7 score line, but unfortunately just they weren't able to convert the rounds they really should have. Nice shot out of Little Z, but Ives trays immediately, and now Biz is just forcing the fights, and it's just overwhelming. There is one more scout in play, but that's also been dealt with. Abyss just pushed top mid and killed all of them. Bokor, the in-game leader of Atrix, can only watch on. Nice shot, but Abyss will leave his mark with a quad kill. That's it. 2-0 for Shinden as they move into the 1-1 bracket, and for Atrix, they go down 0-2.
That was a rather unfortunate outcome for Atrix.
Yeah.
Looked competitive at times, but ultimately Shinden, the overarching winner quite dominantly. Not a long series, only lasting just over an hour. So Atrix, they'll be down into the 0-2 bracket. They also had a very hard time against Crew. So that means Shinden are going to go 1-1. Atrix are your first 0-2 team, so touching distance away from being eliminated. This means backs against the wall. They're going to have to fight hard in their next series, but we're going to be finding out who else will be dropping in the 0-2 as Players versus Yara is on your screens next. This is going to be going live in about an hour and a half, I think, is when we're going to be entering the pre-show. This is going to be an exciting game. I think Players definitely are the favorites coming into it. It's going to be a very explosive game once again. So I think commiserations to Atrix and congratulations to Shinden. Brandon, we're going to be throwing it to a extended break, an hour and a half. When we're back, we'll have Players versus Yara. Do not go too far because it will be a banger. See you soon.
track, can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello everybody, and thank you for bearing with us. We had a very extended break there. Shinden made quite light work of Atrix in the previous series, and then now we have got players versus Yara. Brandon, how you feeling about this game, and how was the break?
I don't know. Is the honest answer. I'll be honest. I know Yara, I've watched them. They've been actually doing okay, like back end of 2024, start of 2025. I think they've been getting some like surprising, like close results against teams that I didn't expect them to. Players, their roster changes all the damn time, and I can't keep up with it, to be honest. It's hard enough keeping up with Tier 2 EU and then trying to keep up with Tier 2, Tier 3 South America. It's a whole different ball game. But I do know some Yara ball, so I can pull up that roster
Yara ball.
and talk about that just a little bit. Because Zhao, unbelievable player. Whenever I watch this guy, he's great. It looks like we've got Stacks, Zhao, and Revolts that have stayed the same in that core when I last watched them. Nardez, Telly D, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't know. I'm excited to watch them play. Zhao and Revolts are the guys I look for to do the most damage in this roster. Unless I can prove wrong by one of the new guys, but Zhao is a beast. That's all I remember from Yara.
Yeah, I actually caught Yara in ESL Challenger. They got spanked.
Oh.
Left side to Sunday by Red Canids. So,
Oh yes.
if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, Yara came up from advanced to get into this season of ESL Challenger. So I think that's where we got to place them right now.
Yeah.
Of a team that has had good results. They beat Solid twice. That's a
really good
solid result. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a bit of a different roster, the Solid roster from the RMR roster, and the roster. Wait, no, they didn't play the RMR, but they played Res Regional, right? They went over there. So they're an international team, so it's fair play from Yara. But I think we just got to get expectations in check of like, I think Yara are a playoffs team. They're a team that should be making playoffs, but it's going to be like 3-2. It's going to be skin of their teeth type vibes.
You got a 0.86 rating. What's going on?
Yeah, a lot of the ratings when it comes to Yara, not great. Telly D is kind of the only one above and beyond the rest. I think Yara are definitely on the lower end of a lot of these spectrums.
Okay.
But it seems like they've been together for quite a while, and I think this is going to be quite a hard game as we look at players. Players have made a roster change, I think. They've brought in Huggy? Huggy?
Hugi.
How are we saying this? Huggy? Huggy? Wouldn't it be Huggy?
Well, it's going to be Hugo, right? But Hugi.
His name's Victor Hugo Costa,
Yeah,
so
that's where the Hugo
Hugi?
comes from. Yeah, Hugi.
So Hugi. Yeah, so they've replaced DZT, it appears, with Hugi for the meanwhile. Players had a great end to last year. They felt like they were making playoffs and doing quite well in those playoff runs, and only falling really in the later stages to like some of the more established teams in the region, placing back-to-back quarter-final finishes, and I think both times they lost to Fluxo. No, they lost to Odic both times. They're losing against the better teams in the region, and I think, to be fair, Brandon, I think this should be a player's victory.
I'm confused looking at Hugi's rating because on HLTV he's got 96 out of 100 for entry, but his firepower's 4. So I don't.
How's that?
I don't.
How's that happening?
I don't know. But yeah.
Well, it only counts one game, so it only counts the game against Odic, which players played in to get to the 0. Which players played in to get to the 0-1 bracket, and he was bottom of the scoreboard. I guess he was just really good at entering.
Fair enough. Look, X and S Volterra and Spinny, I'm familiar with all these names. Myth Patini has been on smoke the last 3 months and has got one of the best names in-game. So I'm excited for players. There you go. That's my analytical take on it. Should we do Veto? Should we go over there?
Let's do Veto.
Yeah. Yara, what I remember from them is they always picked Inferno. And I wonder if that is going to remain true. I'm going to spoil it for myself. Yeah, okay. They picked Inferno. Players picked Ancient. Makes sense. It's a very South American map. Yara starts CT there. And then Dust 2 as the decider. A band of Train. Boo. I really want some South American Train. I feel like that would spice up my life. Yara have been weak.
It would definitely be something.
Inferno's actually been not bad at all for players. They got a 62% win rate with double the maps played of Yara. Yeah, I'm looking at this and I think it's 2-0 for players. Sorry, Yara, and sorry, Zhao.
Sorry, Zhao. Please forgive us for our sins. When I caught them against Red Canners, they got spanked on Dust 2. No, spanked on Anubis, like 13-2, and then they held their own on Dust 2, but then it was like they were always going to lose. I think that could just be the fact they played against Red Canids. So I'm expecting this game to be a little bit closer. I think Yara are just quite an inexperienced team,
Yeah.
but they have been together for quite a while.
They've been playing CCTs for donkey's years. Like, I remember like some of the first ever CCTs.
Yeah, with Zhao and Stacks.
Yeah, some of the first ever CCTs we commentated, which is Online Series 1, like Group Stage
August.
1, like August 2022. Like, I remember.
Was it 20?
There. It was 2022.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what then team it would have been.
It was Yara.
Because Zhao started playing August 23.
Oh, well, I remember.
And
Yara in that.
Yara
2022.
didn't have a team in back then.
Okay, it would have been under a
Did
different
they?
name, but they were there.
Well, are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, CCT South America Series 2. In the 22nd of the September 2022.
Yeah.
Yara played. They
Yeah.
went 0-3, and it was not even remotely the same roster.
Okay.
Royals, Deku, Terez, Jotag, and Mizkin. Mixin.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I remembered Yara. Okay, so it wasn't those guys, but
That was when
they've been playing here
Fluxo
for
won like
quite-
7 back to back.
Sounds right. Yeah, look, I remember them though, and I remember Capybaras as well.
Oh my god, capybaras. They used to love
They
us.
did.
That's when we used to, because they'd always be in the closed qualifiers. When we'd be doing closed qualifiers, there'd be no HLTV for them.
Solo
we-
casting as well.
It's solo casting. I remember we would just have no clue what was going on. They'd have no HLTV pages, the players, no Liquipedia pages. It was just like, oh, they played a season of main this one time. It was like, oh, okay, that's all to go off.
But
That was a good old
Their
days.
social media presence was fantastic.
Capybara's social media presence
Shout
was
out.
maybe the best of all time.
Shout out if real ones know. For
Real ones
expectations
do
of this
know.
game, I'm still saying it. You said you are a playoffs team. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because I made ECL. But I still think this is a 2-0 for players, and the game's live, so we can go to Inferno.
Actually, yeah.
We can see.
You've got to go. I think Yara are in the 2 and 3 bracket. That's why, especially because like I'm looking at some of these teams like Crew, who are swingers. That seems like a name that shouldn't be allowed.
We're watching them tomorrow.
Oh, there is going to be many a joke put in there. But I think, to be fair, there's a lot of like, I think in the main Swiss right now, there's like 4 teams that definitely should, 5 teams. And then it does drop off a lot, it feels like.
Leo Drunky, Vinabeast, Ninjas, Edge, Ponta on swingers. That's
Do
actually
you know
quite
what-
a good team.
Yeah, do you know what swingers means?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I think it might be a translation thing, so they're like wide swingers. I imagine that's probably what it is.
That feels like a UK type of name, right? Like a play on words.
Yeah, like man.
That's my
I
next
love
land
frog.
mix.
Right.
Man, I do love frogs.
Yawara, they are
Anywho.
going into Hugi, and Hugi is a loney.
Rudy is a loney. He better not die. Better be playing some retake Counter-Strike right now,
It's a fun
and he
smoke.
will. Yeah, he's got the kit smoke. But their smoke they threw just basically means that he can't do anything. Okay, apparently he can do something
No,
because Zhao's just been. Yeah. No.
Oh my God.
You're giving your take. Kit smoke can at least get picked back up.
Oh, this is gonna be a fun game. I'm already excited. We're gonna have fun with this one, guys. In 0-1. We're just gonna let the vibes in the game take over. Altira wants to give this retake a little bit of a look in, but how do you get into this? The money goes forward, and so do Yara. Okay, that's one way to get back into the site. They just randomly push CT because they feel like they need space, and they go straight into dual Berettas, and that's the round. What do you make of that one, Freddie?
I feel like this is an unfortunate, like it's tit for tat, right, for these spams. I don't hate this from Yara pushing into CT. I feel like there's definitely an element of unfortunism. Like the dual brothers do just hit 2 instant headshots. I feel like Telly D could have pushed them as well, like 3 CT.
should've.
Like I really don't hate the fact that they take space. I think it's actually like a really cool proactive catch you the other team off guard. But maybe they don't do it completely together. Altera does
they're just not ready at place. Take CT.
Yeah.
That's the,
Yeah.
that's the call.
I think that's Good, yeah. I think Volterra does just hit bangers. Anyway, speaking of exciting game, vroom vroom up banana we go, and Spinny now puts Volterra back into a position where he has to thrive.
Oh, okay, Stacks. There's one more player here. I don't think they know about Hoogie.
They're not going to expect him.
Hello?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The MP9 takes 2, and he might not get. He even gets the 3rd. I was gonna say he might not get the kill, but he just bides time for the likes of Myth Poutini and XNS. But instead, he just farms up all 3 of them, and that's a round for Yara where they definitely should have been seeing success, but instead they overlooked the 3rd man on the bomb site. How could they know? Players, so much tactical depth.
It's a case where if I'm playing in that position, I'm Hoogie. Nardez has wide swung me and actually just directly looked at me and I've died and I slammed my desk. But instead, Hoogie gets overlooked and he gets free. That was the force buy. That was the Tech 9s and armor just crashing up banana. Oh, that right. And now we've got an eco.
Look at you, bars. Bars and bars.
Revolts. Give us a disgusting, revolting deagle shot.
Ooh.
Nearly, but not quite. The thing is, I think you've just got too much experience on this team for players like XNS and Spinny in particular. Like Spinny's played.
I think Spinny hasn't been very experienced. He's kind of one of the academy guys, no?
Yeah, but he's been playing in this players team for like a year, maybe. I want to say he's been here a while.
I feel like, so I think, yeah, players do have quite a lot of experience. Myth Poutini does, Volterra, XNS.
Oh,
Spinny,
no,
I thought
he
was
shot
like
the
MI.
M4 past his
Oh
team.
yeah, okay. Spinny has, yeah, he's played around like I guess low ECL for quite a while. Hasn't done much though, truth be told.
He's young, right?
Yeah, he's a young enough guy. 23. He's not young. He's older than me.
He's young. 23 is young.
I didn't read it. I thought he was young because he used to play in MIB Academy. I guess that's what happens. He just got older.
23 is young, everyone at home. Maybe not in Counter-Strike terms, I suppose, but it's early 20s. Stacks boosted. But he's flashed off the angle. Another just retake. No retake utility, and that just allows Stacks to double headshot his way on. Should be ready for Hoogie. How have we not learnt our lesson? Nardez will trade. But how is... What is Stacks doing?
I feel like we're very lucky he doesn't get a multi-kill there.
True.
Oh, we're flashing through a CT. Okay, there's 2 CT smokes. I was thinking are we just flashing our way through to fight the AWPer, but this is Yara branding in the first round on the board. Positives.
There was just
You're looking good.
no utility players in top banana. There was one.
It's very surprising. It's very surprising. Yeah. The benefit though is that they do save the AWP and the primary rifle and XNS. I can imagine we're going to see a lot of brawls towards banana.
Yeah,
am I correct?
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Does look like it. Telly D has got unbelievable moustache. What we said.
He does. If only I could be like him. I really want like a mustache like that, like a Gratisfaction-esque mustache.
You could, I reckon.
I probably could, but the middle part of my mustache does not grow.
That's alright, because you just shave the bits on the side and just stick it on. Look at this, like, this is what I'm talking about though, like, why are we not ready
we
for
are
them
just
to just be swinging the corner?
Yeah, it's like it's a minute and 30 and we're just sitting there with our... holding ourselves.
Okay, this is
Yeah,
the
like, we also
protocol
line
Yara
up.
are gonna do. They're gonna boost up on half wall every round. And then flash!
Ooh.
He's brilliant.
How is no one dead?
Not sure.
How is Volterra alive?
That
How
Molo's
is the
not
Molo
spread.
not spread? Never mind, Stack swings into it again. Volterra being the last alive here is crazy. Myth Poutini comes around to save the day. It's a swift rotation from the Yorpa, and players just about man the fort. It took 4 players, but hey, eventually, issue is Revolt now can isolate 1v1s across the map.
Oh, these rounds are going to be over and done in like 30 seconds, it feels like.
Yeah.
XNS, gets caught. So Revolts has now got an
no.
opportunity. Myth Poutini is on a long old rotation. He gets an AK on his way. He's going to go through top middle. But the issue is, Revolts can plant the bombs mini pit or pit. That's a pretty good destination, but Myth Poutini can molly him out.
This is the big decision. To mollo pit or not to mollo pit. I think he's not. Yeah, he's got plenty of time. He's got more than enough of time. Myth Poutini, what a hero. And the issue is, he saved the day, he wins the 1v1, and he loses his AWP.
This is a weird fight on Banana here. Like, what?
Like, how does Volterra just... How is... Like, this... Players seem a wee bit discoordinated, is that fair to say? Why is XNS pushing short there as well? Like,
I don't know. Not sure. Look at the repercussions. You spoke about no AWP. Well, how about no rifle for Spinny? He's on an MP9.
Oh. Oh. No me gusta. Me no gusta.
You are a madman. And yet it works anyway. We really need some more utility here in Banana. I'm just gonna say it.
Well,
Oh, that
I don't even know what to say.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's so rough. The Mollo, that spreads a lot more than I think I've ever really seen. That pushes him really far forward. And we do eventually get one over towards A, but I'm very scared for... Oh wait, who gets pushed down mid?
Yeah.
Wait, the bomb. He can deny it. Revolts isn't going to clear this close. Bomb denied. We're now going onto the B bomb site. A little bit erratic. Hoogie, does he have any utility to stop them coming down Banana? No. And now, if he dies straight away, well, his efforts are meaningless, but he picks up a good kill. He silences the final player. That's what you need from the Pain Academy newest edition.
It's just dry swing after dry swing after dry swing. No trade space. You've got 2 players in Banana, and you're both not looking at the angle, and Hoogie's able to take these 1v1s. He gets 3 kills here, when, let's be real, he shouldn't have got any. 5-1. We need a hero. Where's Zhao?
I need a hero!
Your mic cut out halfway through that.
Oh.
It was just, I need
A hero! You can patch it together.
Apps Pop is on the horizon here.
This... He's now scary. We're going for a play, but maybe a little bit too late. Okay.
They flashed and didn't
This
go.
is... Yeah. They flashed, and then the T side flashed. I think XNS assumed that they were already going to be around the corner and didn't really want to, like, swing. He wanted to try catch them blind, like, in front of him.
This is a dangerous game, mate.
Yeah, this is the epitome of high risk, high reward, because I think if he misses any shots, he's dead. But he does have Hoogie. Issue is Hoogie's now going to be a little bit more aimed towards long. Myth Poutini has to reposition because of this long presence. It's a great flashbang over. Stacks, none the wiser. Issue is he opens himself up to being eliminated from apartments. Myth Poutini, I said if he ever misses a shot, he's probably going to get run down. There it is. Now with no defenders, the Tech 9s are swarming him, but the CT defenders are thick and fast. Volterra almost went straight through that motor smoke, but instead backs off. Your bomb gets planted with 10 seconds left, and a very poor A defense only rewards players with 1 solitary kill.
Yeah, the only good thing they did there, to be honest, was that flashbang to get Hoogie a kill. But because Hoogie just stays in between Moto after just getting the kill at long, it just invites the apps players out, and XNS should do better there. He's not providing enough cover. He's tucked in behind default and playing just by himself, and that means that Myth-Butini's just put in a really rough spot. If Hugi pushes long after getting the long kill and can already start a flank, like that goes a little bit better. And if XNS is taking contact to be with Myth-Butini, that also goes a lot better. Instead it is once more, one by one by one by one. They're on Tech 9s for goodness sake. Like this should not be happening. Look at the money. Oh, the money is awful. Myth-Butini has no money.
It's a chaotic game, Brandon.
Yes.
Myth-Butini and Hugi might be the only reason players have got rounds. Spinny's chilling on 1 kill. It's not great. And that A defense, and both A and B have looked fairly weak right now. Seems like both bomb sites are kind of open for the taking, as one would say. Oh, we've just naded ourselves. Yay. That's good counter utility from the CT side, helped by their own teammates, and they just it's a shallow mono. How are we not expecting this? And we're boosting up like we always do. That's catching off Hugi. This seems very complacent for the players.
It is what it is.
That's gonna be it.
Can Hugi get a rifle? He can. Another resmoke. See, I don't mind these resmokes in towards top half wall. At the end of the day, like, what are you gonna do if you're Yara? Maybe you go through it. They have left Hugi alone with 9 HP, and in fact, he just leaves. They're going to gamble stack over towards A just in case. But Yara, you can see it on the map, guys. They're just going to go B, and it's going to be open. I don't actually hate this decision, though, because you'll be ecoing anyway if you lose this round. So just by gambling, you're making an informed decision. Or if they come A, we give it a good go. If they come B, we just save. The only thing I would hate is if they start to try and retake this. That would be. I think you might. Wait. They're fake B. No, they're coming back. Okay.
No, they're coming back. I think as soon as they clear it all out, it seems a little bit too rogue for even Brazilian CS to fake it.
Imagine if Hugi was still there, because I reckon his contact would be enough to push them into top brackets there.
Oh, 100%.
Fortunately for Yara, that doesn't happen. Everyone is just swapping pit. Like, guys, it does not matter. You're saving.
I feel like we're focusing. I feel like we're focusing on the wrong issues, right?
Can Telly D get any rifles taken away? Well, Terra removes him, so that will not happen. It's a fun AK with all the stickers on it. They're the PGL glitter.
PGL
Antwerp
ones. Stockholm? Oh, Antwerp.
No, not Antwerp. It's a complete lie. Copenhagen.
Stockholm? Copenhagen. Copenhagen, indeed. We were there.
We were.
Playing, obviously.
No.
Oh, okay. I slept on a floor that weekend. Good times, good times. Players are not contesting this round. It's basically an eco. You save 4 players. Spinny is just on a USP smoke. He's gonna be smoking top banana when. Oh, sorry. yellow wall when they get contact.
Nice shot.
That is rough. And also Hoogie, yeah, he's not getting out of there because so Revolt kills the guy on boost in Boiler. Firstly, great shot, great reaction, awareness, whatever you want to call it. And then the issue is X and S is like, crap, well, they know I'm here. I go back and there's 2 players in brackets holding me. If I go forward, Revolts, I'm just walking into his crosshair. That's round over.
Yep.
Yara go to 4.
They do. Spinny USP ready to go and try and get a kill. But probably not happening. This is what, 5-2, 5-1, now 5-4.
It's 5-2, I think.
A good response here from Yara. Setting themselves up very nicely on the T side of Inferno. And now they're hunting. Look at this, we're taking banana when the bomb's already halfway ticked. I love it. Any damage here is great damage. If Poutini wants to live, so he can sort of keep his...
drop a you can drop the rifle.
Yeah.
It's the armor which is the important thing, more so.
Uh-oh.
And, yeah, big uh-oh. Well, he's in church. Oh. Is God looking fondly down upon him? Yes, Volterra also does assist. Whoa, why? Wow, wow, wow. We are playing with fire. That's also quite big from Poutini because he can really buy an up with the extra $600 now. So you can drop over the rifle to X and S. You can buy up the AWP. And we saw with Mifutini when on the rounds that he did have the AWP out, he was very fruitful. And the only reason he had to using anything. What utility are we using? Yara, Yara have only just taken damage, by the way. Telly D was the first player to take any damage, and it was 5 seconds after the kill had come in onto Hoogie. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
No idea. How has Volterra got that kill? Pushing in towards short now, and Zhao and Nardez have grabbed the kills. It's a 3v1. Freddy, break it down.
Well, okay, so firstly, players contest with 3 towards B, and, like, are they using, and, like, are their nades made out of feathers? Yara, run up banana and get a kill, taking no damage. Riddle me that, when there's 3 players on the side. It's a great kill from Mifutini. But I think the AWP kind of just reveals to Yara that there's 3 players B. And then Revolts is like, okay, I've got the opportunity to take space apartments, which he does. I think it's very intriguing entry pathing from him, though. Instead of, like, maybe putting himself in mini pit or, like, pit or just getting onto the bomb site, he actively runs long, I think. I think that is definitely actually an instance that could have thrown, like... When we get on this replay, we'll see Volterra dying, or Revolts rather. Like, what is Revolts doing there? I feel like if Revolts really could have thrown that round away, and then players just scrambling. Like, why is there also no one on the bomb site? It's actually just really messy. This whole game is chaos.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. Yara have got the opportunity now to further ruin the good start that players had. Nice try from Spinny. Volterra will trade. There are so many more players in Banana where that came from. Volterra's jump and dink onto Zhao is ridiculous. Doesn't spam any further through the smoke. Just lets Zhao get away.
This might be the first time that we have got Banana. Hey. Better late than never, right, Brandon? It's good rotation. Yeah, I mean, well, you've got the whole of Banana. Volterra doesn't have any utility, so if they do actually come back to him, they'd probably just win the round. But instead, they're going to walk into the CZ of XNS, 5-7, and MP9. We're not really playing... I wouldn't mind Hoogie to get onto the bomb site. Issue is, he's lost his timing. Now here comes utility. We're not clearing the bomb site effectively. Oh, it's a 2 versus 2. Only 1 player left on the site. X and S. The CZ is not the weapon for the job. I'm glad we get to see this rotation in from Volterra. His AK Is he really going to try go for this? This seems like a fairly unwinnable 1v2. The bomb has just been planted, so he has a lot of time to work with, but he's being held for. Revolts is definitely aware of this Moto smoke push. And I don't see a world Volterra wins this, so it should be Yara taking the lead.
Should be. You can't ninja it, mate. I'm just telling you now, you don't have a kit. It's not happening. Now it's going. Nearly an exceptional shot onto Revolts, but he's now been spotted. He's got to get out of there. Volterra will see space and not take the AWP with him. Nades hits the shot, so there's no AK, there's no AWP, there's no nothing.
Well, yeah, not a great site hold. As I said, I think Hoogie, if he'd actually gone to the bomb site straight away, we could have instituted some sort of crossfire shenanigans. But players, a full purchase going into the final round. They have lost 5 on the trot, if I'm not mistaken. And Mifutini couldn't be any louder. We've just allowed him to walk into apartments, and we're making all the noise in the world. We are speeding up. Is this the right idea? Have we just given away a kill that could cost us this round? And ooh, this is awkward from Telly D, because they're trying to mollow him out, and he just needs to survive. If he dies here, the round's probably over. But Telly D, he's sharp, and now the rotations are in. Telly D, he don't need no rotations. He's a one-man army right now, and he is just knocking people out left, right, and center. It's a good left, right, good night from the man on your screen. Ooh, almost actually dies to Spinny when it's getting the bomb down. Will they? No, they do. 100%.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The question is, do they expect Volterra? I would assume not. Doesn't even matter. Stacks, he clean with it.
Oh my god, what a shot. But what a round from Telly D. How does he get
Telly D
3
on the
kills? This first one is beautiful, onto Mifutini. He then somehow gets out in towards Pit and then doesn't die. They just don't deal with him at all. And then Stacks, look at this second shot. You ready, guys? Oh, it's bang. 7-5. What's going on in CCT Europe right now? It's Navi Jr. taking on
Them.
Chimera. And they won the first map.
Oh, it's Mike
13-8.
Hughes and ex-core of Aurora Youngblood. It's the ex-core of Aurora Youngblood with like all the non-exciting pieces.
It's a massive stack here. Nades finds one, and Telly D through the smoke has also dealt with Spinny. Nades can't deal with X and S, and that creates a little bit of a pathway for Volterra. 3 versus 3, bomb down, Volterra low.
We've got a kit and smoke and flash for Stack, so time not inherently an issue. No armor on either him or Zhao. Telly D, the mustache man himself. He played the fiddle on players last round. He might have to do it again this round. Telly D uses the smoke to get them onto the bomb site, but Volterra, that's where he resides. He might be on low HP, but he's nailing people as they come into his domain. They don't even get the kit remotely close to the site.
Wow. I mean, that smoke for mini pit's actually really good, and then Volterra just owns them. It is the difficult thing there. You think that 4-player stack is going to work out favourably as players walk into it, but no, Yara lose. And that breaks the 6 rounds in a row for Yara players. They get the pistol, now they're going to get the follow-up, and they're going to be tying up the scoreline. Most definitely. Flashbang's great. Doesn't matter though, Spinny's here. And so is Mifutini. He has so much money for an AWP.
Hell yeah, he can buy an AWP straight off the bat. Drop the Mac 10 to Spinny and go... Or drop the Galil, he just picked up Spinny's. Yeah, Spinny's got 4 kills, by the way. He's had a rough one. There with X and S, but Mifutini buys an 8k. How boring.
That indicates to me that they want to go fast. To be honest with you, I think this is where we might see the outclassing here for Yara. I think that players are probably going to do the same stuff that Yara were doing on Banana, and it's going to go exactly the same way. How you finding map 1?
It's a chaotic map, and that's what I love. That's what I'm here for, B-Dog. I'm here for the madness. I've got a feeling players might not be so amazing at taking Banana on the T side. Just speculation there. I think if Yara put pressure on Banana, they'll win it. Ooh, I take it back. It's perfect. Zhao's been artillery struck, but the counter. Yep, they throw 2 nades, don't counter him, don't clear him, and the counter flashbang is good for 1, but Zhao unfortunately could not escape. It's a good nade from Stacks, and he's just going to deter them for now. We have got a rotation of Telly D, and it looks like players want to pivot their attention back over towards, say, bomb sites.
The chuckle of utility there was brilliant.
We're
So
juggling
Nada's
a lot,
boosted
aren't we?
up. Is Hookie going to clear this? Revolts comes over towards short as well, so he can be a quick first responder when Nades takes contact. He's also watching the apartments right now. The difficulty you've got is if Revolts goes down, or they molly themselves. I didn't go to plan, did it?
It didn't, did it? Alright, boys, what do you think about saving?
That was also Myth Butini dropping X and S that molly just to molly themselves.
If they were on LAN, I think Myth Butini would be... It's one of those moments where you kind of look over, or like you're just staring at your monitor, and you're just like, don't get angry. Don't get angry. Don't get angry.
I think that was supposed to go towards Pit, and it didn't.
Yes, we're gonna get on the replay?
I imagine we get it on the replay.
Yeah. I feel like CCT has a theme of just baiting, or like... They have a theme of like catching. Yep, well... you know what? I respect...
Is just like, what the hell?
You know what? I respect X&S. He goes
anyway.
He commits, and if you tell him to jump, he will jump. Now that is a team player.
Great nades. Towards Volterra. Gonna clear Zhao, and you're gonna clear Zhao. Okay, Banana belongs to Yara, both T and CT. Oh, Zhao's ready for Spinny's jump up as well. Spinny's having a really rough time.
Yeah, Banana's is Yara's apartments evidently as well. It's a big round from Zhao.
Yeah,
so far.
We get to see it.
Yeah, he's not had a great game. I think he's been quite negatively bad. Like he was on 4 kills 2 rounds ago. Rotation B wouldn't be a bad idea. Oh, what are we doing? We're running into each other in CT. Zhao might get... If Zhao doesn't get cleared, Yara have won the round. And it seems like he will. Did they hear him? Because Huggy kind of like didn't clear and then came back for it. And all of a sudden, after being in a 5 versus 3, the bomb site falls very easily into 3 versus 3. Good pickup from Nades. Huggy, big overextension, very unnecessary. And now, around that, I would 100% favor the T side in the 3 versus 3. It looks very difficult as Myth Poutini and X and S are separated.
Yeah, Myth Poutini's got to be careful with Ruins, and Nades has got to make sure that he's traded. Oh! Oh, and he isn't! That is
right.
Unbelievable from Myth Poutini. He's 19-5, Freddy. That was sick. That was
yeah.
so sick.
This is kind of an insane round to be winning, especially considering that was a 5v3.
I thought he was just going to get traded.
Yeah, let's see it. Okay, so... Bang. 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 Oh, baby. Sizzling hot. I also just assumed that someone would trade him eventually. Didn't know who, but I thought someone would. Okay. Myth Poutini is carrying his team by the scruff of their neck right now.
We are looking to work quite actively to get everyone back in. Someone's got some loss. Telly D has bought a Hero M4. Don't know how I feel about that. In fact, no, okay, it's not a hero. They're all... No, it is? No, they're buying. Okay. I don't like this. Telly D's now sold his M4. Jowls, okay, he's now selling as well. You baited me. Haha, very good.
This could be a turning point in the game, because players are about to take the lead due to Myth Poutini's crazy heroics. This is a boost on the corner, and Spinny, he just cannot catch a break, man.
Yeah,
he can't do anything.
We've all been Spinny.
Spinny's been spun.
I don't know why they're rotating to A when you've got a double push in second middle. That doesn't make sense. Go back to B. There you go. These players on site need to survive from the banana players. Myth Poutini's going to look back at the perfect time. Goodbye.
It's a great opening kill into a gimmicky round, but ultimately I think this is, yeah, it's like, maybe we get another frag, make it a little bit more expensive, but this is Myth Poutini, 21-5. Brandon, is he on track to break the record?
No.
I don't know. 21 kills and 21 kills into round, what would this be, 18?
It's not going to go that deep.
I mean, if we go to 24 rounds, how many? Okay, let me get my calculator up. So, how many rounds do we have left? It's going into round 18. So,
he would need like a 2k every round.
21
and more.
So the record's 39. That's 21.
Yeah, no,
so he needs. Oh, he needs 18 more kills. Okay, look.
No, it's not happening.
He needs 3 kills every round.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
Great spam. Myth Poutini just matrixes the world.
Yeah.
put a little bit of pressure on towards top brackets. You now got the apartments control looking to take space. Making no noise at just T-ramp because you're worried about how many players have pushed forward in towards banana. The answer is none. That is a great nade.
Bonk. Zhao could be in a spot of bother. Never mind, it's Myth Poutini that's been taken down. The talisman of the players' roster. I'm not sure if they're going to win a round without him, to be honest. I think this is definitely one of those unfortunate moments when Myth Poutini dies. He just sits there and is like, well, we've lost the round. Also, XNS got hit for 50. I don't know. I think it was a nade, maybe in apartments. But this is an it would have been a leg shot from Nards or a wallbang. This is an interesting setup from the city side. I guess it could unravel if the smoke long comes in.
Well, I mean, they could just go apps. They just go apps. Yes. And you have no idea.
Very valid as well. It seems like the bomb's going apps, but the other two are coming out brackets.
They need to smoke long. They need to smoke something.
Yeah, they are.
Smoke forward, flash, and they go for the smoke sub.
That seems like an interesting decision.
You have heard 2 guns here, so you
What are we doing?
Imagine that you can get the bomb down. That was really, really silly from whoever that was.
Stacks.
Players are still low. Like, this shouldn't be a winnable round. Telly D should be able to catch Spinny here. And now you've got Huggy that's got no util and no head. So this will be the retake successful. 9 rounds each.
Spinny, Myth Poutini dies, round over. It's literally how this game is right now. Great round from Telly D. And this was a nice flash wing.
For Zhao as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, Spinny dodges it. Yeah, okay, fair play from Spinny there to dodge it. It's a good trade. This is just like, right. Just a whole ordeal. I love how Spinny gets dinked as well. Like, he almost dies. I think if I died to that, I'd be very upset.
I think Spinny would have been as well.
Yeah, for Spinny, that would have just been...
He died to someone else.
For Spinny, that would certainly just been like a... Come on.
Another good nade. They're doing the damage here with these grenades. Telly D's just going to walk in front of... Nah, this is AWP scope. Stats gets flashed in for the top banana peak, doesn't see anything. Then drops the smoke. Oh, that prevents the boost. That's kind of cool. But then gets spammed a little bit. But does more damage to Voice of Volterra. This banana fight is just so confusing every round. They're just going to exec B.
Yeah, it's just another very bizarre, as you mentioned, banana fight ordeal. 40 seconds left. Stacks. I feel like dropping a smoke at like the 35-second mark is always a good thing. And he drops a smoke alongside that. XNS gets caught off on the flank. They are coming through the smoke. They're going into a Molotov and they're going into the belly of the beast. Oh my god, Zhao. Right.
There he is.
That is criminal. And yeah, he had like 3-4 kills of the half. Since coming onto this B bomb site, he is a machine and he's going for more. Bomb denied. Zhao claiming 4 scalps.
That's why I like him. I always remember Zhao. There was one game I casted where he lost and he got like 35 kills. They just lost. And it was like, oh, I felt so horrible for him. I mean, this round's great. He does fall off the angle and just takes the fight dry, but he's rewarded because he gets all the kills. You are at double digits. Players no money. This T side has looked, I'm looking for an adjective, awful. And it feels like you are going to take map 1.
There's actually
even at 10-9.
There's actually just like a thing where it's like, how is this 10-9?
Don't know, to be honest. I mean, it was 5-2. Yara then won 6 in a row. Players got pistol, and then they got the follow-ups. That's probably how we're here. 1 gun round on T side for players. Now there's Uh-oh. Run! Run!
Ooh, that Smoller's not going to stop them. It does nothing. Ah, he is so dead. Elite. How is he alive? Oh my god, his support gets nothing. He survives for a criminal amount of time. Dude, how does Stacks rotate in and get no kills? How does that happen?
Oh, Joe, you should have kept the AK, mate. Nardus has got 8k.
Yeah, Zhao, you don't need to be picking up
He
and...
gets dropped it by
Yeah.
Telly D. Telly D is the real team player.
Bash.
He's setting up flashbangs for Zhao to get kills. He's dropping him the AK. He's the star man. Do or die, really, for players here. We're looking at the minimum requirement of a bomb plant. This game has really zapped the energy out of me, so I just looked at the top of the screen at the maps and I think it said Motor 2 as the decider. I was like, that's crazy. We're swapping modes.
Crazy. That's a crazy way to decide a series. Alright, everyone, off Counter-Strike.
Can you imagine? That'd be hilarious. He did find the opening kill. Stacks has been removed. Top brackets control is now being established. Nardez gets on the angle at Banana and clears all of it.
It's good smoke top Banana. I think it's going to keep them here. Oh, maybe it's going to... Players are walking
Maybe
into
it's gonna
3.
Bring everyone here.
Yeah.
Portera just walked into his own team's molly.
Hell yeah, dude. I thought Nardez would rotate if it was clear, but the smoke actually keeps him here. Oh,
Nice shot.
that felt such an unnecessary flick. Oh, he's rotating. No, he's a flashbang. Oh, that's a cool lineup. Zhao, support. Needed. Could have been quicker with the flashbang there, Nardez. They're not going to clear Telly D, though. Lurking on the back of the bomb side. Telly D denies the bomb, and Mifutini left alive. The USP connects, and I don't know if you saw that, but Nardez wall-banged Mifutini or legged him as the bomb was being planted. This B defense is holding so strong.
Yeah, I thought the flash support would come earlier for Zhao, but he goes 1 for 1, and that's fine. And then a great bait and switch. There's no way you expect Telly D. He even almost guarantees the kill with that Molo. Even if he dies, the flames would eat him alive. 12-9, no bomb plant. Mac 10s, no AKs, and a banana rush that has just been stopped by Util and Spam. Stacks and Zhao yet again at the helm of all of the chaos. Volterra's got no HP, as he so often does on top Banana. This one's done.
It's crazy how Yara were able to get up Banana without taking a lick of damage. Literally any damage, by the way. And it's just the duality of things. And then yet players still have 9 rounds. I love how we're still fighting for top Banana as well. Like the CT side, they will not reside. They will maintain their dominance. Zhao had like 3 kills at the half, 4 at max. And he now will end the game with 19. That is possibly one of the more impressive kind of redemption arcs I've seen in quite a while. Like, he went from literally doing nothing to being the best player on the server and second highest fragger, just behind Myth Poutini, if I'm not mistaken. So, say it with me. Zhao, 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 Zhao. He honestly, like, fair play.
I called him out at the start of the game. I was like, look, Zhao's good. I remember Zhao being a bit of a beast, and he was having a slow game, and I was like, oh, I've not seen him in a while. And then he owned. I mean, fair play. Players, they look really disjointed, I think, all throughout that game. Banana control was a struggle for them. Their Inferno is actually, like, pretty decent when it comes to win rate, and it's just...
Yeah.
I don't know how. I don't know who they've been playing against, but it hasn't been a good showing for them on Inferno. Yara take map 1. We now go to Ancient, another strong map for Yara. Players looking to turn it around and convince themselves that they can still have a say in this series. Can they do it, or will Yara win 2-0? We'll find out after this.
It was an electric game of Inferno, one of the greatest South American games of all time. Players just had an inability to take banana, and it came down to Mif Patini go kill. If Mif Patini do not kill, we lose round. And then Mif Patini stopped killing, and they started losing the rounds. And Zhao, fair play to him. We were commenting on the resurgence, and yeah, that guy had a very rough first half where players were actually... Well, Yara actually won the half still. But Zhao had he had 4 kills. He had 4 kills at the half. And then he got 15 on the CT side. He ended up the second highest fragger in the game and won an enormous amount of rounds for his team. So,
yeah,
in Zhao we trust.
In Zhao we trust, and like, that banana control was just awful from players. Like, it felt like I was watching a pug, to be honest. I mean, I don't know what to say apart from I don't know how they got 9 rounds. I guess 5-2 helps, and they got the pistol. But Yara in control the whole way throughout, had a really good resurgence towards the tail end of the first half. Now we look at this, and we go to Ancient. They start CT. If the T side is not good from players, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking Yara can 2-0 pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think right now that's how I'm shaping up this game. And I think Yara, like I said, they were kind of a playoffs-esque team, or maybe like a 3-2, 2-3, like dancing around that area. This is the map pick of players, so it should be a better showing from them. And look, they've got some pretty good results. They beat Odic yesterday in the series. They lost, kind of owned them on Ancient. They beat Yara at the end of last year. They've got some good wins against teams of similar level, like Patterns de Ferrari, Una Mile, and then the other side of things, Yara. To be fair, their results make it look a lot worse than it actually is, because they've lost to Fluxo twice, and teams in ESL Challenger. So, you know, I wouldn't be too surprised if Yara can still take the dub here.
We'll see. We will see how it pans out. Now, we just look at this and we say, let's see what happens, I think. It's probably the best way to describe this. Dax release. Oh, okay. That's a great start. He shouldn't have got 2 there, but he did. They're still trying to rush up it in towards B, and Gal breaks the smoke. He doesn't see them cross. The team flash actually affects Hugi as well. They are in, but everyone is here for Yara.
You got the bomb down, but how far does the success take them? My thought process is that with this smoke and decay that blocks off Mif Patini, if a good flashbang is out, it could be dangerous, but that is a big collection from Huggy. These dual brothers need to be dealt with, and they cannot. What is happening? Finally, Telly D ends his reign of chaos. That was despicable. And even though Huggy can't get the ace, God, great Gatsby, has he done enough?
Yeah, I mean, you enter the 3v4 and you think, okay, it's done, and then Hugi just... Oh, that's unbelievable. That
those shots
are so unbelievable.
Those shots are sickening.
Wow,
Oh,
okay.
That's the start that players wanted. Now we're just going to keep it clean against the anti-eco. We've already lost 1.
And that'll be it.
I could see us. I could see someone else dying.
Maybe.
See one more dying.
Yeah, okay, me too.
I think only 1 though. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, see? Oh no, Stacks, you ruined it. Just ruining it.
It's a full eco and they get 3 kills. That's pretty damn good from Yara.
It is pretty good. I think that could be a foreshadowing moment, because I think that pissed around could be somewhat of a blip. Something that's not replicated.
How does Zhao have no money? Zhao has 3,300 going into this, so he's on a FAMAS.
How much does he? No. There's 3,300. No, he must have bought armor already.
Maybe.
You can't buy armor, head armor, full nades
Oh,
from
what
Master
a nade.
3,300.
What
Bonky,
a
bonky.
nade.
There will be one in return, but Zhao barely even damaged, barely even scratched, and also puts a defensive smoke up. We've got the HP advantage, the map control advantage, and players probably need to are probably forced to reset after that.
Yeah, they got to go away. I mean, Spinny's got somewhat of a loose bit of control towards A, but the rotations are already here. They're going so slowly because they don't have mid control here, players. And this waste of time, because they don't know, is only going to help Yara looks. Now, Spinny can catch these players off, but he doesn't. He doesn't find anything. He just gets a dink, and now they back up. Will this force a rotate, though? Because they only saw Spinny in A main. They're going to boost up
Oh,
a player.
yes. That's not going to get cleared. They just double peaked, right? There's no way you're going to expect revolts. Mifutini still reacts in time. A good defensive Molotov. And now you start to see the reaction. Player in CT. And also, what I really like is this double push towards Cave. Alongside that, Nades. Is that Nades on the bomb site? Yeah, he just leaves default. He plays the advantages, doesn't give away his life for freaks. Look, he would have got mollowed, actually extinguished in the smoke, but they just play together. Now they're running through a smoke. This is where I'm not starting to like it. Stacks into the clutch. He's found two. Bomb has to be planted, and Stacks just playing the time. Volterra taps it, and Stacks reads this. Ice in the veins, calls the bluff, and Volterra, a failure to complete the 1v1.
Yeah, tough. And look, they did run through the smoke. It was a little bit touch and go, but they denied the bomb. And that's the most important thing. I think players did well to battle back, but really good micro decisions from Yara. The double push in towards A main, then the double push out towards Cave. They catch off Hugi, who's low HP already, in elbow, just trying to lurk. And if you're players, you might be feeling a little bit hard done by, oh, we lost that because they pushed the smoke. Well, no. You lost that because they had got all the clues and they had all the context to rotate over in time. Money's not great, don't get me wrong, because it ends in a 1v1. But the same can be said for players. In fact, the buy is better for Yara, even though they only have one alive. That nade that Zhao threw was just immense on towards the B.
So
players.
much damage. And it was the fact that they just prolonged... actually a crazy nade, dude.
Looks like they want to just try A again. It's a double push. And that swing is disgusting from Spinny and XNS. That should be round, although they are pushing elbow. Doesn't matter. XNS turns on the swivel, finds 3 kills. That is certainly round done.
Nice change up. Yeah, players definitely looking a lot more consistent in general. Dan Inferno. I think on Inferno it just it naturally wasn't as clean, but here something like this, I mean, that's a raucous shot from Spinny and XNS, to be fair. Yeah, really, really impressive. Players, that's a huge round to be getting. So with only one player alive in the previous, Yara just have no money.
Yeah, they're getting eco. And now you know that the money's low, so you probably go back towards B. You're not going to get destroyed by these HEs. No Molly in shelf. Okay, well, it has to be an eco. They're either stacking this bomb site or they're in middle. They're not going to find out just yet. Scaling up heaven. Hugi's holding for this, but I don't think he's going to be ready for the sheer amount of players that are there. 3 just stuck in towards cave. And here comes the swing. Here comes the collection. All good.
Ooh, that's big to get kind of back-to-back rounds. Yeah, that's really big, like back-to-back just staying alive, keeping the economy rolling.
Back to A. Back to A again. This is really simple CS from players, but I mean, it's working effectively. You've just shown your hand over at B. Mid control established. Cave established, but the rotates are so far away here. They haven't got any counter utilities to go for this retake, really. I wouldn't even be surprised to see a save. No, that sounds crazy, but...
Never mind. Yep,
Great
not
kill.
saving anymore. And we don't have loads of utility to replenish as well. The trades are continuously in favor of Yara. Bomb finally does get planted. It's a little bit scrappy with our flashbangs coming out of Temple. No smoke. So that means these donut players are going to be a little bit more free-flowing. Myth Boutini is on the flank, but now he's in the 1 versus 3. No kit for Yara. This could become an issue. Myth Boutini does strike. Zhao on the bomb. Molotov not spreading. I think Myth Boutini thinks it's spread. Oh, it does! Oh, it spreads! That is so unfortunate. The final couple ticks spread, and now Nadas just has to slink off and save.
No way that spreads right at the last second. What the hell, man? That's actually so unfortunate for Chow. He thinks he's escaped the molly. And then it spreads. Yara had really good trades here on towards the site. You think they're winning the round. And Myth Boutini's Mollo just takes it all away from them. I can't believe this, honestly.
I feel so random.
Can't even spread right at the last second.
That's crazy. It was literally just like 3 ticks. If he had more HP, he survives there. But because he's low HP, he dies. Really rough. Very, very rough position for Yara because that was a really well-played round. And because of the bad economy, they have no kit. Don't have any extra utility at the end. So it's players most likely going to 6 here, unless Nada has something to say about it. He does get the first. Revolt saves him with the Deagle, and the Mollo does not finish him off. All of a sudden, we're in a 5 versus 3. This retake also has a lot of players very close by, but a similar issue to the previous. We have no utility, we have no kit. 2 players don't have armor, and it looks like I think we should be fine. It's a 3 versus 2 still, but we're going to have to hit some very good shots very quickly if this is ever going to be possible. Oh, no, okay. XNF survives on 40 HP, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, I can't go for it. Don't need to molly the bomb, mate. But you do need to run. I think he's dead. So everyone dies in
2
that
rounds in a row.
Where, yeah, 2 rounds in a row. But in another one where it is literally pistols and 1 AWP. And the AWP lives for Yara.
Again. Honestly, what's kind of crazy is that, like, we keep on having these pretty close rounds. But we're not able to push over the line. You know, it does come to a stage where it's like, okay, rounds are really close, you know. Players have used 2 of their 3 tactical pauses. We're doing really well. I gotta get it over the line. Like, you gotta actually get something on the board because you're still only sitting on 1 round.
Look, if they somehow make this work into like 7-5, 6-6, like then you're looking at it a completely different story. But so that's the important thing. It can't just be this. Oh, that was close, because it doesn't matter if you're losing 6-1. Economy will suck if players lose this round. So actually, this one's really important for Yara.
Ooh, towards middle. Revolts hold strong. Him and Stacks don't budge a muscle. Trade coming from heaven, potentially. Keep an eye on Volterra. He's actually passed through the smoke with Telly D. And if Volterra had pushed there, he probably gets both those players in mid back turn. But instead, it's players who try to change up the pace a little bit, going out middle. They end up losing the bomb, and most likely they lose a round. And this is going to cripple their economy massively.
Swallow's going to be pretty okay. Revolts just moves out of the way. Another molly thrown forward. Is there a flashback here? There is. Dodge. And the multi-layering is brilliant. Volterra, who had the opportunity, as you said, to get those trades, actually just comes up with absolutely nothing. 0 damage in the round. Yara, that's convincing. The thing is, they got to buy now, players. This is why it's so difficult. Because you got to buy, because you're on first stage loss bonus, which means you're going to have very minimal. You lose that, yeah, then you're going to be on eco. And suddenly, it's 6-4. And they're back. They're not buying. 1900. Maybe it's fine. They won't have all the util stuffs. Revolts is going to need help. And he gets it in the form of Stacks. Simple, easy, clean.
Now this is a step in the right direction. Is a full eco of players, but that first gun round, exactly what the doctor ordered. And also keeping these ones flawless, getting Stacks a little bit of motivation. What players couldn't really do, huh?
What do you think about this? Because like CS2 economy breakpoints are a bit different now. In fact, like teams will buy on like double stage loss bonus. So like they ecoed there to get AKs and quite a lot.
It's because they had extra money.
Yeah.
It's because they had like 2.9. It's very situational.
I don't know. That's actually quite worrying. Nice catch from Nardez. This time they concede middle to allow the AWP to peek out. Smoke in at Donut gives space to the players out mid. Teddy D, just on the edge of this smoke, gets caught by Volterra. That's a big trade. Volterra, yes, he is completely battered and bruised, but he has got the advantage. Zhao just now playing in this smoke. They've got to rotate, but fortunately for Yara, players are heading B.
Everyone's here for Yara. Nardez peeking in towards cave. That's going to take out the big prong of this attack for players. Nardez does block his teammate, and I think it actually did cause his death. And I was about to say he's won the round, but instead, Spinny tears his head off. Revolts. The quick rotation is unanticipated. And a round that came down to the wire. Yara still are clawing their way back into this first half.
Yeah, they are. And again, no bomb plant. 2400 now for players. It's going to be a one-round game. It should be a one-round game. Big catch here. The fact that X and S and Volterra had swapped positions. You maybe think if the rifle goes in, he's not going to be anticipating how high the HP is, but it doesn't matter because the AWP just kills him anyway. A good recovery to life on Ancient. You feel like Yara could have even had a few more here. They've now got to go into this B-bomb site. Flashbang. Ooh, does affect them, but they don't check the corner. They don't clear the corner. The bomb gets denied as well. No extra money here for players. Spinny can only watch on, and he was tasked with throwing all the utility, and now he's like, guys, really? I've got to go into a bomb site that's got 4 players on it. Can't get by Zhao. Everyone is stepping up in a big way here for Yara. Shout out Stacks, who, yes, got a 4k eco, but he's still 10 and 8 in that regard. And he got more kills, I think, now than he did on Inferno.
Didn't he get a 4? Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, Zhao's kind of having the classic 5 kill first half and then 15 kill second half, so we'll let him have it. I believe in the resurrection. This is a very impressive half, all things considered, because players, they're continuously just winning out these super icky rounds, and I feel like they could do a lot for the mental positively of players and negatively of Yara. This time, though, a mid-take is very successful. Bad elbow smoke will be their downfall. Stax does get one, really hanging around it. He's really playing with fire. It's because they're pushing down ramp. They are trying to crunch. XNS overlooked. Telly D, good trade. And now Volterra hunted down. Last player alive, Myth Poutini, the hero, the gladiator of Inferno. None more. Yara tied up 6-6.
What a really good recovery of the first half for Yara. And you're right, they could have easily been sort of broken a bit confidence-wise. Decision here for Stax to just ignore the elbow player and go through to get the kill and the trade is incredible, because Hernandez comes in and picks up the pieces. Important multi out of Telly D. Not only does he get 2 kills, he also just gets the dink. Right here. 6 rounds plays 6. Again, even though it was 6-1, there was so many rounds in there that you felt like Yara could have stolen away. I still feel like they're in control of the game.
Yeah.
Unbelievable Hoogie, like, dual Beretta moment as well on the pistol round that actually accelerated players to 6 rounds.
I think it was what I was saying of, like, I don't think that's a repeatable occurrence, and 100% that was like a flash in the pan-esque activity. So I think Yara, they're definitely in the lead here. This is a cool little double smoke execute, 1 smoke temple, 1 smoke CT. Ironically, there's only 1 player here to meet it. It is Hoogie. I'd be quite scared personally. Just knowing him, he's going to get a wall bang through, headshot. Don't know how he'd hit a headshot, but he probably would. All 5 players retaking from Donut. We've got a very late lurk. I think that stacks an elbow. Players need to be careful of that, but they do have a kit and smoke, so they have the time to work with. It's 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, they can literally just put the smoke on the bomb and just Zerg rush it. There it is. There's the smoke on the bomb. XNS does get dinked, and he is starting to defuse now. Spinny and Volterra are holding strong. It's a 2 versus 3, but they are quite low here. Need to get on the bomb at some point. They will just about do it. That was messy and scrappy, but players get the pistol.
Zerg rush. That took me a second, but I clocked it. Look at you with your multi-game knowledge. Sick round from Volterra. Like, he hit some... I mean, look, actually, it's going to be the second kill from Spinny. Check this out. Okay, we don't see it. But he snaps back and kills the player behind him. That's a massive kill to be getting. And what's interesting is that Stax doesn't go for the lurk. He actually comes back over towards A main. It's the lurk ends up being someone in CT pushing around through Red Room. I don't know. That's really... quite surprising that Yara have now lost both pistol rounds, where it felt like both times they had an advantage. Not a massive one, but definitely an advantage.
That smoke's only going to favour them, really. They're just going to run through that. Deep CT smoke, lurk smoke as well. No destructive utility. Yes, everyone is full blind. Kills need to come in, though, if you're Yara. And, well, they start to... Stax finds another one. Hoogie is low HP. In fact, everyone is just low HP. The FAMAS goes through the smoke. Somehow, some way, the bomb will just about go down, but that's all it will be. That was a mess.
That was,
I think
yeah, that was
Myth
something.
saves that round by pushing that smoke, by the way, just going through short.
Yes. That was a scrappy round where... kind of at the beginning, when we put ourselves in this 3 versus 3, I'm like, okay, yeah, we're in a good position, and it's there. The push you're talking about, Myth Poutini doesn't give any respect, doesn't allow them to have any breathing room, picks up 2 kills, and players now have won both pistol rounds, converted both pistol rounds, the second round. So 100% they should be closing out Ancient. It'd be really surprising if they get into a position where they actually can't close out this map, as Yara are consistently fighting from behind.
Really forced into it because they got the bomb down, they got so many kills, and this time they're going towards B, but they're splitting through cave this time. It's going to be another one of these faster executes. Limited utility to disrupt. There's a couple of mollies, but they're not going to be put down. Where's the util out of Yara? There it is. Hoogie gets the first and the second. Does a lot of damage. Myth Poutini is inherently baited in over to the short spray. Exceptional from Hoogie. He's done his job. He can even wallow the bomb planter. He won't escape. Or maybe he will. Shouldn't escape. This round should not be winnable in any sense of the word. That's a really good follow.
Somehow it's a good mollo, but Spinny doesn't get tagged, and when he
Wow.
goes forward, they don't hear him.
So
Brandon,
how's
that
Zhao got the assist on player in cave? Watch the kill feed. Spinny runs through and gets the kill on the cave player. And Zhao gets the assist, so
he must have
dinked his
naded.
teammate. I
Yeah.
think he dinked him when he was fighting Hugi.
Oh, that's really rough. It's a rough round for Yara as well now coming up, because they make that quite abrasive decision to invest back into the previous round after they had already forced by to get the bomb down. I think it was 3 kills. They go, yeah, we can do it again. But instead, it's now just a negative downward spiral. It's kind of dug their own grave. Stacks, the hero AK of this round, is the first to fall. He peeks into the AWP of Myth Poutini. And Yara, they're gonna be giving him a double digits, and we're gonna have to see a similar performance in the later half of this T side, like we did in the later half of their CT side.
Thing is, though, like these rounds haven't been close, really. So it's not really like they've actually got the same momentum to ride back on. Zhao gets given the AK, takes a shot over at Red Room. Now Hugi knows, okay, well, hero AK's in play over towards middle. I wouldn't take that. Or maybe you just do. Kelly D removed. Jump spots, sees 3 more players. Gets the confirmation. He just wants to fight. He just wants to keep on going. Hugi is putting on a masterclass.
Okay.
4 kills for him. That's disgusting.
Feels like Hugi doesn't get the consistency necessarily. Like, he's not every single round getting 1 or 2. He just comes up with these massive 4Ks and he's like, yeah, I still have what it takes. It's a toilet pause. I still always just kind of envy. I always envy as well. Yeah, I mean, like, come on, lads. You can wait a few more minutes. I always envy that players have this option, and, like, we don't get that option.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit different for us because we're the ones that are speaking. It'd be funny if we could just go, guys, we just need a little pause. We'll be right back.
You
Like,
play
it's not-
elevator music.
It's not happening.
Yeah.
If my elevator sounded like that, I'd take the stairs.
I've actually got the voice of an angel, I'll have you know.
Hmm. I don't think so. Well, 10-6. You finally have got a comprehensive buy here for Yara.
Do you ever... Oh, wait, is it... Do you believe?
In what?
Do you believe in Yara coming back? Because, as you mentioned, comprehensive purchase, but, like, they haven't, you know, they haven't had a... They haven't had a...
They have barely made it onto a bomb site. They made it onto a bomb site, like, twice.
Well,
Spinny's
you gotta
chasing
remember...
the mountain with his crosshair.
You gotta also remember, Brandon, they've had 2 weird purchases. Like, they haven't really had a proper buy round.
That's fine.
So, they also got the bomb down twice.
One of those was the pistol.
No, it was the 2nd and 3rd round. They both got the bomb.
Only the 2nd.
Oh. Well, anyways, this is the time to see if they have any legs for this comeback.
All of that shelf utility missed, by the way.
Yeah.
Molly got extinguished. Nades just did no damage.
Lot of utilities gone a bit all over the place this round already. Yara, good mid control, and even better control now that Hugi has fallen. It's going to be a smoke to split towards A. Thing is, Yara, they're going B. Volterra, that is a massive collection of a kill. That will allow him to potentially move back towards B, but you can see he's a little bit cautious maybe of someone else coming Red Room. And now here comes the execute. Molo missed. And Volterra currently ahead of another Molotov. They're not going to clear him. Really weird utility being produced by Yara, but they're still going to get the bomb site and a bomb down in a 3 versus 3.
If they push and disrespect this long smoke, Myth Poutini's dead. Instead they don't do that, they just swing onto the angle. Myth Poutini says thank you very much, and now the cave players just activate. Nardes gets legged. I mean, this one's over. They could have taken Cave together. They could have just not peeked the AWPer that you know is probably going to be there. Get the opening kill. I don't know. This round just felt very flat out of Yara, especially with the utility put forward on B.
I'll say it's quite unlucky that they die in Red Room there. I think that's a very unfortunate pickup, but yeah, I agree. The whole B execute thing, very weird utility usage, and then also just like watching back those kills, one, like everyone's dying completely discoordinated from the others, and another bomb down means they will get a purchase up. Gonna have to be flawless from now on if they want to end it off in regulation. But Brandon, I have an inkling that we're going to Dust 2.
Yeah, I think we are. And if you're players, you're probably a bit annoyed of yourselves that you let Inferno get out of control on that CT side. Because had they had won just a couple more rounds, you're looking at this as a 2-0. Quite a comprehensive one. Instead, you're looking at it, you're thinking, well, hasn't really worked out the way it intended. Those flashbangs actually do nothing because of Myth Boutini's counter util. Now he's on the angle once more. They are in the site here, Yara. They will smoke off CT, but basically everyone's in long. That boost spam is exceptional from Nardes. He just randomly puts a bullet through the smoke, takes a head off Volterra, dinks up Hoogie, 4v4, but no util at all for the T side. This lurk has to do everything, and I think it will. No one is looking at Revolts whatsoever. Contact taken from Nardes, and in goes Revolts. He gets 2, Nardes cleans up, and Yara will stay alive.
You know what? That is what the previous round should have looked like. You know what I mean? Like, you got the lurk, you got the B-bomb site, and that works perfectly. Revolt pulls the trigger at the best possible time. 2 kills for him. And as just, yeah, the smoke fades and just perfect precision. And then on top of that, the players on the bomb site directly, they do really well. I guess, well, Nardes does really well, like, to be able to just, because the lurk can be great, but if you all die on the bomb site, then it's still chalked. But no, that's a really good round for Yara. This is a start. It's one. Oh, it was a good start. Wait, Telly D took damage. What's happening?
They're running back.
They're running back. Okay, they're running it back. Gentleman's agreement, but regardless, it's 5 rounds for Yara to secure overtime. It's 6 for them to win it out flawlessly in regulation. They can only afford to lose 1 to get overtime. But if they want to do it flawlessly, if they want to do it in regulation, it has to be... How much did I say? 6. 6 in a row. Without losing a single round.
Possible.
They did it on the CT side, to be fair. Like, you know, on TD side, they looked good, right?
Yeah, they did. That is true.
They were down 5-1, 6-1, something like that.
They can break the economy here as well. All it takes is a couple of rounds in a row and suddenly players are forced to eco and then buy every other round. Limiting Myth Boutini on this AWP will be essential, really. Good work from Nardes.
Yeah, that was a really huge hole from Nardes.
Right, they're back, which means we should be back. We need to get a round reset. There we go. And as if by magic, we're going to go live.
It's magic. Do you believe in magic?
What's gone into you today?
Don't know. It's been a weird day. But what's made everything better is being here with you.
Thank you.
This is like an early Valentine's Day for us.
Lucy violated me yesterday. She's like, "You got any plans for Valentine's Day?" I was like, "Run boost."
Did she just go?
Stacks.
Did she just go? Didn't think so.
No, she just started laughing.
Oh.
I was like, "Thanks for that."
Oh, I'm going to surprise my girlfriend. She doesn't know I'm coming to Germany. Let's see how that goes.
gonna send this to her.
Yeah, hahaha, thanks. It's ancient. You leak my
Great
mom's
boost.
name. And also a great crunch from Red Room, Volterra alongside Hugi. That could be 12 there. This is just look at Yara. We've got one guy donut, one guy getting the bomb T spawn, and the other guy on B. If the bomb runs A, this could be very winnable. But because they've slowed down, Revolt is now being checked for. You can see Hugi is kind of aware of someone being there, and Revolt is looking at donuts. Oh my god, what's happening? Revolt, your teammates are coming from heaven holding it. Just look at Red Room.
Silly. Oh, Orb dies. Hang on a second. It's a 1v1.
He's
It's
tapped
a
it.
1v1. He's tapped it. Nades swings and kills XNS. Unbelievable shooting in towards Donut. The trades from Yara somehow work out. And now there's no money for players. Hang on a second. We got a conversation here.
That was... Like, yeah, like, what are we doing, dude? Your teammate's heaven. Just... How do we win this round? Okay, with the conversations back on, that was a 3 versus 5 after all, and they did really well to claw that back in after a very good mid-crunch from play. Oh, sorry, it was a 4 versus 3. It was a really good... 5 versus 3? 4 versus 3. It was a great crunch from players, and then they all fell apart after an over-rotation. I actually can't believe Yara won that round. And now it's just about keeping it clean, keeping it steady. Let's not all die to deagles. A lot of low HP, and we should be good.
Thank you for reciting that like that.
Oh, Volterra's won. There's 2 guys on below 20 HP.
No, he doesn't.
We're Gucci.
Two-round game. Really important rounds here. And what's interesting is that Nades isn't just going with Orb. He's just owning people with the AK.
May as well stay with it, right?
Fight, one that Telly D gets the best of. They are blocking each other a little bit, but it's still okay. And Hugi nearly overextends in towards Donut, but he doesn't.
Ooh.
Careful now.
Yeah, and now because of no mid information, we've seen the forced rotation of Myth Poutini. Huggy, it's a good smoke A main, or is it? It's a very bad smoke A main. It literally couldn't be any worse. And I think we just showed the bomb, and now we're walking back. Players have Myth Poutini holding the red room push.
I don't think Myth Poutini could have seen because of that smoke. I don't think he could see.
Oh, well, okay. So we're going back towards A. We've got one guy holding Heaven. He's holding for the cave push. CT smoke should be coming out. Yep, CT smoke unsheathed. Myth Poutini now officially blocked off. There's one guy towards Donut. Hugi is the only worry of this round, and he's being crunched. He's being pushed. They are taking the space, but Revolts goes too early before his teammates are here, and Hugi has been allowed to silence too. Hugi is somehow still alive, finally dropped, but he's just been replaced by Volterra. Myth Poutini, smokes faded in CT. He's been on. He's come through, and Nades. That is ridiculous. Nades spins on a dime, holds the spray, and saves a day for Yara after horrific trades.
Pardon?
That was salacious.
That was disgusting. And also, how was Myth Poutini missed?
Dude, what a just awful round again of Counter-Strike.
Look.
So he hits this first, yeah, he just glaives the smoke.
He missed him.
Did he even shoot?
I don't know.
I didn't hear. Also,
I don't know.
that's a massive round to be collecting because 100% Myth Poutini, everyone's been sitting there a little bit like, oh, like how are we, how are we losing these rounds? Like, we get a heroic play and we still somehow lose it. Like, how are we doing that? And now it's a 1-round game and you've been forced on a low purchase. Yara, they've won 3 of the 6 that were needed to go flawlessly and close it off in regulation.
That is an insane round from Nades that I did not think was happening at all. Like, at all.
And well, he's the AWPer of the team, by the way.
He is. And now there's just no money.
There's a big issue with Yara, though, of if they, like, say, hit 12, or, no, if they lose the next round or this round or whatever, like, there's no ability to repurchase, so they kind of do actually need to start getting these rounds a little bit cleaner if there's, if they want to then fight for overtime, for instance, if they're, so say they get to 11 now, but then it's actually players who get onto 12 first. They could be in a bit of a pickle economically, but because they go flawlessly here, which is actually really big, now, even if they do, say, lose this round as they've tied it up, they still have the ability to repurchase. So they're covering their backs, as one would say. The round of the series.
Double A main push, but it looks like Yara might just be heading B. Boost up for the AWP. Can you see Volterra?
If Volterra dies here, that could just be round over.
Flashbang forward on towards Hoogie. They got into Rev Room again.
Ooh.
This has to be calmed. This has to be calmed.
Yeah, the issue is we've got 3 players on A right now. It's a big smoke top ramp. XNS holding for stacks and whiffs the line. There's only 1 player on this B bomb site. Volterra drops, decapitated, and Stack still manning down the fort towards Red Room, not allowing for any of the rotations, and a miscall, a misread from players to put 3 towards the A bomb side cost them the ability to close this out in regulation.
No way. And the thing is, if you lose the AWP, you're not going to have the AWP into the next round. It's actually a really important save. Myth Poutini might die as well. Look at Telly D. Okay, catches him. That's so important. But now you know the AWP's there. You can try and take this fight. Spinny's been mollied out of his corner as well. This is now starting to get really uncomfortable. Really, really uncomfortable. Oh, he's hit the no-scope, but he's not ready. He's not ready. They all die. They all die. That is a worthy sacrifice for Yara. There's no AWP in this round. That's huge.
That is massive. What a round. What's the money going to be like for players? We've got 3,400 loss bonus. This is such a shockingly easy round for Yara, I'm not going to lie. It's a very interesting call from players. Trying to kind of figure that one out a little bit. Can't quite get my head around it just yet. Oh my god, we're going. It's fast-paced. Pedal to the metal type stuff. There's an A1S. The only A1S is on this part of the bomb site. Revolt doesn't clear. What? Myth Poutini! He pulls out his knife! No. He doesn't shoot. He pulls out his knife. Pardon? What the... are we... like, okay. I guess we have to go through a 3 versus 5 retake. That's now being put into a 3 versus 3 because of the MP9s. Myth Poutini may have died, but Volterra Hugi and Spinny, they want us to go to overtime. Yara, this is the best opportunity they'll have to close out the series. They've got all the momentum. They've got the firepower advantage. There's a kit on and smoke on Hugi. And he's going to drop the smoke on the bomb, but Telly D's got a nade. As the bomb gets tapped, nade to open up the smoke, and Revolt sprays down 2. Telly D crushes the hearts and souls of players. Myth Poutini, what are you doing?
Bro, they didn't clear him. They did not clear Myth Poutini, and he was like, "Well, I've won the round." And I don't fat finger press. I don't know. I could not tell you, but he has single-handedly cost players the chance to go to OT. Yara have reversed that massive deficit. That was what, 11-6?
It was 11-6. They had to win 6 in a row.
What is this?
7 in a row.
This?
Dude, lot of questions raised about that. Like, he doesn't shoot either. I feel like I was surprised he hadn't even shot yet, let alone then pulling out his knife.
I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is that Yara 2-0. I thought we were going Dust 2. We were.
Same.
They brought it back. Shout out Stacks because he was unbelievable. I think he was incredible. And then Nardez just getting some ridiculous clutches that should have never happened. Yara win 2-0. That's the series. And that is the first 2 games of the day done. We can bring up the schedule because I've got a little bit more to talk about with that. Because as you can see, we've had 2-0 Shinden, 2-0 for Yara. Yeah, Adayao Amigos forfeit win. So, the issue you've got is that it's going to be an extremely long break. We are now, what, 21:20 CST, and the game is supposed to go live at like 1:30. So we got like a 4-hour break. Sorry, guys. It's going to be a long time before we see Familia taking on Nitro. But there will be different casters for that one. Me and Freddie are signing out for the day. Go and enjoy your extended break. Please don't sit and watch the timer tick down for 4 hours. Do something more productive with your life, yeah? And in about 4 hours, we'll see you for that final game of the day. Thank you, guys. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.